we go. Ring up my boy Sean Downey. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, hello.
Hey,
Hold
I
on, your
hit
video's still
this
uploading. There we
turn on
go.
camera thing.
Yeah. How you doing, bud?
I'm feeling pretty good today. It's nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Just been hanging out all day, chilling, running errands. Finally had some time to troubleshoot some of the stuff on the actual stream. So getting that done, and now everything's Gucci. How you doing? What have you been up to?
Well, I did some cleaning,
Nice.
cleaned my
That's always
room.
fun.
It was kind of fun.
Cool
You know,
interior design, man. Did you do that all yourself?
no, I didn't do any of this. This
Who
is
did
all
it?
my brother. He did it
Oh,
all.
wow. Wow, man. I'm loving it. It's super 80s, like buck wild.
Yeah. Um,
What
we call it Zolo. I guess that's one word to describe it.
would you say Zolo is if you had to describe it more
I'm
so?
sure there are other people who could describe it better than me, but it's basically another subgenre of like punk rock, electronic music. It
Okay.
can be from the 80s, but it was like, from the 60s and 70s, and it can be described as like cartoony music. Um,
Okay. So
so
like Tiny Tim, would that be considered Zolo?
I would say he has a track or two, and there are aspects of Tiny Tim that are Zolo, but
I fucking love Tiny Tim for the record. He's my
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, for the most part, Tiny Tim was very traditional in his songwriting, and uh, it wasn't too out there. But at the time, it was. I mean, to me, it's not too crazy, but I love it too. I'm obsessed with his voice.
Nice.
I can't even hit those notes.
There's just something
Rapid.
so eerie and like likable about his voice and persona. Like I can't put my finger on it, but every time I've seen his like live performances and the way he's just like extremely impersonable, but like also very personable at the same time, like shy but outgoing. It's crazy.
Yeah, and yeah, it's fun to watch those interviews because the audience is also sort of taken back by they don't really quite know. They get nervous, they giggle and stuff, and
Hmm.
it's kind of scary, yeah.
But I'm into it. Moral of the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. Like he's a beautiful songwriter, and no one ever can sound like him and his vibrato. So I mean, that's really what it's about. It's about leaving some sort of arc or something. 'Cause, yeah, I mean, we're not. No one's trying to reinvent anything, but I think Tiny Tim did the blues really well.
Honestly, yeah. Did it justice in his style, and that's really hard to do, honestly, without coming off kind of trite, or like doing it wrong.
Yeah, yeah, I really like his version of Earth Angel.
Oh, I don't think I've heard that one. I gotta check that out at some point.
It's really good because he starts off very low
Mhm.
octave, and by the end of the song, he jumps into his falsetto, and everyone freaks out, and he jumps on the he lays down on the floor. It's really dramatic. It's like this. I don't know much about the song, but I think Elvis did it, so it's
Okay.
got this very much like old timey blues vibe going on, and it's so good. You gotta watch.
I'm gonna. Don't fucking make. Don't try. Don't try me, man. I'll do it.
I don't see your webcam at all, but
Oh, really? Oh, it might be because it's put through on the stream, but let me
that's fine.
actually
I mean, I
make it
can just pretend.
available. See what's up right here.
Or
Make it
just I'm
available
just
for you.
looking at Discord.
Okay. So it is put through
Get
on Discord. I just don't have my camera available right now.
get
Where
to
is it at?
Glad I got my aggra aggravated devices working.
Okay. There should be a
Multi-act.
picture now.
Hey, thanks. This makes it a little more personal now.
Yeah,
You're
no, it sucks talking to a black screen. I didn't know you couldn't see me. My bad.
or can I ask a question? I don't know if you've been asked before, but is do you have an evil twin? Is there an evil twin?
Yes, I keep him in my basement and I let him out occasionally if he's good. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you just got to
Oh,
keep a leash on him. Those guys go crazy. But no, seriously, I am both of them. It's like a play on fucking duality.
very cool. Are you like Gemini? Are you Gemini?
I'm actually a Taurus, but I'm like a Taurus Aries cusp. So
Or is that's why you have the nose ring?
yeah, actually, I didn't think about that, but it kind of plays. It does play.
Totally.
Oh wow, your camera's coming through real clear now. I'm loving it.
I forgot to turn my lights on.
Oh okay.
I did all this work only to not turn the lights. So here we go. The
So
stream's
yeah, no, we're on. But so tell me about like your life. Where are you from, man? Like, what are you into?
born. Hey, my name's Sean. I'm born and raised in Seattle, but I have some family on the East Coast, and I've been visiting the South. And I don't tour often, but I like to think that America is kind of like my backyard. It's not a very huge country. I haven't been outside of it too much,
You must have
so
a really big backyard, dude.
it is. But it's just like realistically, a 4 hour air trip to get to wherever you want to go in America, even
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
So
Especially now because everything's super cheap with the travel for the moment.
definitely, and I took advantage of that. Yeah, been playing a lot of video games, doing that whole thing, and
Nice.
I got to write an album.
Is
So
that the one that you're plugging for this right now? Is that the one I've listened to?
yeah, yeah, it's called Rock and Roll, and it's a new genre of music called rock and roll, and all the kids are talking about it, and uh, it's a little dangerous, but it's fun, and I think the parents can like it too.
So you
So
got a little bit of something for everybody, you'd say.
I think so. There's maybe one or two songs that need like a parental advisory sticker, but I don't think it matters because indie
It's not
rock,
like they can. It's not like anybody could stop them anyways. It's the
No, yeah,
internet, you know.
for real. And yeah, when I was young, I did listen to a lot of ICP. So and like Bone Thugs and Harmony, like that was my favorite rap group growing up, and
I can hear
I
the influence in your music today, honestly.
like Missy Elliott. Basically, anything Timbaland produces, I'll listen.
Nice. You got great
His rap
taste.
one was really good, genuine.
Fuck yeah. Didn't Genuine do Pony? Wasn't that Genuine?
That's him. That was a Timbaland track.
Yeah. That shit slaps, dude. All those fucking tracks from that era, honestly. Like you can put those on any time, any place, and guaranteed you'll get at least a fucking small crowd of people fucking grinding on each other, hands down, every time. Working in a club, you see that shit all the time, bro. Trust,
Yeah,
trust.
such a slow, nice beat. Have to grind.
So tell me about
So
your cat. Who's that?
Dot. That's my dad's cat. I was not expecting them to be in here, but anytime you move furniture around, cats are so curious. So that's him.
They gotta come check it out.
He's a she, I guess. He
Oh, okay,
does. He's like 2 or 3.
cool. What's their name?
Dot.
Dot?
Dottie, Dot.
Oh, cool. That's what's up.
I have
So,
another cat somewhere else.
oh, okay,
His name
okay.
is Odin. You have any
Odin?
cats? Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I got my cat Zelda. She's actually just at the shop. The shop. She's getting spayed and neutered right now, and she'll be back on Thursday.
You're getting an
So
upgrade at the shop. Great.
yeah, they're just replacing the chips, and got to get those cybernetics up to code.
Perfect.
Perfect. I mean, birds don't exist, so like, why should cats?
Yeah. Yeah, they just get I've been watching more of the birds getting frozen in the sky videos. Those are so
Oh my
fun,
god,
like a bird get frozen. I'm hoping the cat freezes or something in the glitch. That would be cool.
I would
Um,
love that.
then this interview would go huge, right?
Yeah,
Like,
viral instantly.
oh, like, freeze,
A
just
glitch cat.
freeze. And they gotta like pick up a broom to hit that bird in the air. I think it might be a bird stuck in a wire or something, but it could be Matrix.
It's obviously a glitch in the matrix. It's all a fucking
Definitely.
simulation. You should just like question everything, brother. You know? But yeah, man, fucking so like, where do you think you go when you die?
Many times have you asked
Once, this is it.
Yeah, I wish I could have as much power as a whole religion to just reassure everyone what happens. But it's fun to guess. Right? Believe I'm sure you've heard the term there's a lie in every belief.
Oh
So
yeah,
if you believe in anything, like I'm not gonna say I believe in it. I don't know. And I like to think about both ways. So there's a
that's
really
fair.
good chance of being right, nothing at all.
It
Um
could be one or the other. We'll find out.
I mean I'm sure
Something's
you
gonna happen.
yeah. Definitely something. Hey, you ready to go? Come on, get out. Get go 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 go. Um
Man, I gotta ask, where do you get do you make your own clothes? Like all the outfits you have in all your music videos, all the cool like makeup and stuff? Do you like where do you get it? Where do you find all that, man?
well some of it's handmade. This is Forever 21.
Tight.
So look, this is your
Oh,
typical head
nice. Just your everyday average typical headgear, just
typical headpiece,
average.
but
Very
we do
normal.
have sort of patent on these ones. It's been used by Lady Gaga and other people, but you have a
Oh yeah.
hole. That's where you put your head, and this strap goes over the forehead. That is the pattern that we use. It goes across, and it stays on, and it's also reversible.
Wow, what
This
a
is
flawless
huge
design. I gotta
definitely.
say, flawless. Flawless design.
Yeah, I mean, we had to patent it because there are so many people who like to put their head inside foam. They don't have the strap, but they're not doing it right. They're just holding it. And it's one thing to play with a synthesizer. It's you can just wear it on stage, but if you can play drums or a synthesizer, then that's really the look we're going for.
It really clenches the outfit. For
Uh-huh.
it.
Yeah. We've had a lot of band members like complain and come and leave because they're like it's not in music. It's supposed to be about the music. But
This foam
uh,
hat weighs 30 pounds. I can't.
they're not dealing with being a musician anymore and learning chords. They have to figure out how to not step on cables and how to find enough outputs. And we need enough space at the venue to have the costume. And we
All the
have
technical stuff nobody ever thinks about.
yeah.
They just enjoy the show, not knowing that it took 3.5 hours to put all that together before you just could stand there, just to stand there and play the instrument because of all the other stuff, man. I feel
Yeah,
it.
it's fun. Love it.
Tell me about like one of your favorite fucking tour or show or band experiences. Like, tell me a band story with you guys or whatever,
Oh
if you
man, I have
want.
scary ones, and I
Give me a
don't know
scary story.
all of them. There was one time where we were on tour with and an air band. They were called Air Apocalypse, so they didn't have any instrument, and it mixed really well with the Fabulous Downey Brothers because we were also sort of doing something different. But and it's more for the show. It's more
Hmm.
for lights and the visuals and the music too because we're celebrating music. And that's what they were doing. They were celebrating music and they had this choreography, that was impeccable. It was fun to watch. Apocalypse was on, I think, America's Got Talent. We made it to a final.
Oh
So
wow.
we went on tour with them
So they're
and we
just like
played.
pretty much famous already.
Yeah. Yeah. It was maybe a good for them to, like, help us out because they saw that we were just new.
How gracious.
But yeah, I mean, the tour was weird. It was fun, and, we played this venue in where's no, where's the place where Disneyland is?
Orlando, Florida?
It's in, California,
Oh,
Anaheim.
whoops.
It's in
Oh, I think
Anaheim.
I'm thinking of the other one. I'm thinking of the other fucking
Oh,
big,
yeah,
yeah, Six Flags. Yeah? No. Whatever.
like,
Whatever. Moving on.
anyways, we play this punk venue in Anaheim, and it basically there's another punk band there, and they're more punk than us. They're basically just
I'd
spitting
say
on
you're
our.
pretty punk, honestly.
They're
Just
just way
throwing that
more
out
punk.
there.
Like
Just
that's the
too
best way to,
hardcore.
without sounding rude or like I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
say
that's
what
pretty rude.
they are, but they were just way more punk. And so they were spitting on our band as we were leaving. They didn't like us. That's our
Oh,
story. We kind of got like heckled away from that show, and we only got paid like $1, and no one was really being nice. We did have some friends there. I remember having friends there and having a good time. And it's not the best story,
that's a
honestly.
pretty good
But
story.
I recall. I remember very, very, very early morning. We were filling up gas in the van, and we were so tired that we drove away with the gas still in the, the
Y-
handle.
You're lucky you guys didn't explode.
Yeah,
Honestly.
we got really lucky. So that's another funny story, but I'll just leave it at those two.
Those are good. Those are good. Did that happen to you a lot, like touring, like getting heckled, people fucking with you?
No, no, I've only been on tour 3 times,
Okay.
and it's only been the West Coast.
Okay.
So
That's cool.
people are really nice, and we get paid at our shows, and we've been blessed to have a really good. Have you been on tour?
No, I've only ever played local. Honestly, I fucking stay in my studio just fucking around all the time. I've only ever released like one full album from myself, and it's on all platforms. But like that's it.
There you go.
Honestly, I just do it for fun. I do it because I got a lot of issues, and it's a great way to work that out. Just talking about it, writing about it, making music, having an outlet, playing drums, guitar, anything.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's cool. Yeah, I think I discovered very early on that music could be used as therapy.
yeah.
So I
For everybody
personally,
who can't afford a fucking therapist.
yeah, I support therapy for
Well, for
sure.
sure, but for everybody who can't afford it.
I'm sure there are some affordable options.
There are.
Like, yeah, art is definitely a really good outlet.
Mm. So, like, where do you find that you find the most inspiration musically? Like, who are some of the greats to you that you feel you've pulled from to like build your musical persona that you reside in currently and you did before? Like, talk me through
Oh,
your
for this
evolution.
album, I have this tape. I'll show you
Yeah, please go ahead. Fuck yeah.
the VHS tape I have. It's um alternative rock. Uh, and styles feature include Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana, Bush, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Rage Against the Machine, Live, Stone Temple Pilots, Radiohead,
Specifically live.
and The Offspring.
Okay. So like the
That's
whole of the 90s.
great on.
Wow,
And
dude. That's great. That's great.
yeah, the guitar.
Oh, sick. Let's
I can
have
also
a
show you
watch
this other
party.
guitar.
Please, please. Tell me about some of your gadgets. Tell me about some of your cool stuff in there.
I made this guitar in woodshop class in high
Oh,
school. This body is
fancy.
made out of alder wood.
Damn, so you could just like never break that thing.
No, and it was like third quarter, and I go into class, and this is sticking out drawing, and I find that some kid took a hammer to it,
What the fuck? Why?
and just because I was a nerd, I still am
Oh,
kind of. But
oh. Well,
yeah,
fuck him.
I got a chokehold in class. Some kid just came up from behind me and picked me up, and I passed out for like a second.
What the fuck?
The
That's
out of body
awful.
experience.
Damn, dude.
That's what I remember from woodshop class. But anyway, he stopped everything. He's like, everyone, I want you to fucking stop what you're doing. And he's like, this guy put a lot of work into it. You know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was really upset and yelled at everyone. And
That's
that's just
cool
fun
of him.
story. But yeah, I just carved it. This is originally from a Dean Markley branded. Thank you.
Nice. Well done, man. I think it's fucking cool. It sucks that he put a hammer to it.
I have an
So,
album called
I'm sorry,
Color
what?
an
One more
album
time?
called Color Plosive. My audio coming in okay?
It is now.
2012. All the songs with that blue guitar.
And the name of the album was One More Time Slowly.
Velar Plosive.
Nice. There we go. We got it clear that time.
I'm pretty sure like after this is posted, you could probably type out all the links for me.
Oh yeah, no, if you send me the links in this chat right now, I can literally just post them in the chat live. So everybody watching can fucking just take it themselves too.
And in this
Here we go.
neat.
You're getting a lot of love in the chat, my guy.
I don't even know. I'm just gonna stay in Discord because I don't wanna
Fuck it up.
mess it up. So if the question
Damn.
can I ask you what was your favorite track from the rock album?
Honestly, my favorite would have to be Even Deeper. Or which one is it? Let
Oh,
me see. Even Deeper was really good. Deep Connection. This one, yeah.
thanks. That's
Sorry, I was clicking on it to check the title.
yeah, no, that's good. Thanks. I could
Yeah, no,
maybe do an acoustic version of that.
that'd be cool. That'd be really fucking cool.
Um I don't know how good the audio is going to sound, but I can just try it.
Cool. And yeah, no, after you're done playing, if you want to talk about the lyrics a little bit, that'd be fucking super rad.
Okay. I'm just gonna do, a short, quickie version.
That's okay.
Gonna do even deeper connection. Got stabbed with an arrow that was shot by a crossbow. My hands are deserving of minor infusion. Look down on the system and see through the sickness. I know how you're feeling for deeper connections. Despite what you're saying, you need deep connections. Despite what you're doing, you need deep connections. I know how you're feeling for deeper connections. I know how you're feeling for deeper connections.
Holy shit, dude.
I'll never
Oh
play it
my
like that
fucking
again.
god. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. That was so good. It came through perfectly.
Oh,
Honestly,
it's
that was
fine.
crazy.
It's all right. Thanks.
Thank you for playing my favorite song off the album for me, dude. I feel honored, honestly. That was really cool.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool if it was like with a four piece and it was played slower like the recording. That would be really cool too. Do
Mhm.
have a live band I'm working with, and we're playing January. No, we're playing June 26th.
Okay.
Indoor Donkey Records. Yeah,
Okay. Can you talk about where you're gonna play?
it'll be on a YouTube channel.
Nice. What's the YouTube channel?
Indoor Donkey Records.
Okay. That's what's up, man. Fuck yeah. Who else is in the band? Let's talk about them a
My
little bit.
my friend Miko, who plays in a band called Don Forgetti. He's gonna do drums. Um, Another person named Cass. He does Iffin, and he also does Indoor Donkey Records. And my brother Liam is gonna play bass, and my friend Johnny Rue is gonna play saxophone and do engineering. And I'm doing a music video for Johnny Rue.
Oh, cool.
Lots of stuff
Like
happening.
like you're gonna be shooting and editing and all that?
Yeah, I'm currently shooting and editing um video for for Johnny Rue. I already shot it. I'm editing it. Their music is
Nice.
really out there. That's the best I
What
can.
was that? Nice. I'm into really out there. That's
I
like the best place to be, personally.
really like their music. Yeah.
We're really out here, just right now.
Who are you gonna have on the show next?
I don't know. I usually book the same day as the show ends. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I'm doing all this shit myself, so it's like I gotta like line it up as it
Oh,
goes.
it's
It's crazy.
fun.
A lot of fucking shooting from the hip, but it's working out pretty okay. I mean, I just got you to play that fucking song that I like on the stream live, so I think it's working. Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I have some other ones if you want to hear them.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm like here for this experience, honestly. I'll fucking listen to whatever you want to play, honestly.
There's this
Oh wait, tell me about the
uh
lyrics from that last song. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
you wanted?
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's talk about it. Let's get into this. Unpack that.
We're looking at even deeper connections.
Yeah. Before we play to the next song, because I want to like get through the experience of the lyrics because I really a vibe on them. I really like them.
A lot of these lines were put together very carefully, and it goes through a grueling process of writing complete lyrics and then throwing them all away, and then taking some of those and putting them back, and then rearranging words so that it sounds
Like
so.
very Bowie-esque, right? Didn't he used to do that?
Yeah, and sort of talking heads too. So
Nice.
it has some religious undertones. I'm It is sort of like my feelings about maybe going through a break.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
It could also be like
Read
I
religiously.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I am kind of bitter about people who are religious and they just sort of throw everything else out the window because that's how a good cult operates, right? You have to have faith. It's
You got to give
blind.
up everything for the cult, brother.
So, I mean, if you want a good spot in heaven, you really should just believe in Jesus, teach and
Just
pray. And
just
there's
get down
nothing
on your
else.
knees and start sucking that fucking Holy Ghost in you.
So, I mean, that's kind of what I have no forgiveness. Instead, I'm religious, and it's like I'm basically kind of sick with the world in that sense. Look down on the system and see through the sickness. I like System of a Down. Not a lot of people can use sickness and system aligned.
And
But
not
maybe
get that, yeah.
another reach to another thing about rock and roll because I think System of a Down is a rock band.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd say so.
then these lines got stabbed with an arrow, was shot by a crossbow. My hands are discerned a minor infusion. I feel like those words are pretty to sing, but I'm also like kind of playing the victim here. I feel like I was maybe caught off guard with some of these relationships that thinking about. Um, Um, and then the line, "I know how you're feeling for deeper connection." That's simply a line for myself and for everyone. I know that's look at TikTok, or in everywhere you go is
Seems like
just
China's looking for deeper connections, if you ask me.
everyone wants more follows, more connection, or
I mean, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I really like those lyrics. They were carefully thought and they're kind of sad and happy at the same time. That's what I like to try to do. I really like Amy
Balancing the
Man.
melancholy
Yeah,
with like
she
juxtaposed, like
does a good
kind
way
of
of doing
poppy.
happy and sad.
Mm.
Another
What's her name
another
again?
song, uh,
What was her name again?
Amy Man. She's pretty famous songwriter. She was in Till Tuesday.
Okay, that's fucking cool.
Another singer songwriter I really like is Rufus Wainwright. He's he's kind of he's huge, but not a lot of my friends listen to it.
And
He's
what kind of
like,
music does he make typically?
well, it's sort of like Baroque pop, but also like Elton John. Elton John said that Rufus Wainwright was the best songwriter in the world.
What's like his most famous song, or your favorite song, not his most famous?
God, I don't know. I'm Out of the Game is probably my favorite Rufus Wainwright song. Um, his most famous track was a cover he did for Hallelujah. Um,
Oh, okay.
he was in the Brokeback Mountain soundtrack. He did
Yeah,
a.
I have heard that. I have heard that.
It made me cry when I saw him live.
Oh
I love it.
wow. I love having that like really like personal experience whenever you go to a show and they like play just one song, or like there's like just a couple lines out of a song, it just hits you just right and you start fucking crying.
Yeah,
That's like kind of the best feeling, you know?
I don't know why, but I think yeah, I would maybe like to people to feel I think goosebumps on their arms or like a shiver down their back. People have said that, "Ooh, that song you wrote gave me goosebumps." That's kind
Yep.
of like a cool compliment. I
It's always good to feel the goosebumps, dog. Seriously, like from your own music and when you have it happen from another artist or musician, it's like fucking cream of the crop.
That's really what I'm after too when I'm on my release radar. What's gonna make me tingle?
I want music that makes me tingle. Oh man, that's fucking great. Yeah, so like show me that other song that you were gonna play. I didn't mean to cut you off before. I just really wanted to
No,
unpack that because that
fine.
was
I
interesting.
mean, that's where we're just chilling, right? I
Yeah.
can't play all of these.
Oh, no, no, not at all. That's why we're just gonna pick a couple of your favorites and fucking I guess we played my favorite. Now let's see which one you like the most that you can play.
One that I've been practicing a lot is Mechanical People.
Cool.
I'm gonna play it.
Do it.
Um,
I'm
it sounds a
hyped.
little different when I play it acoustic.
It's crazy when
Uh,
you're like playing loud, the mic comes through perfectly, and then like when you start talking a little bit quieter, it's like wow. But
right.
like the music was great, like it came through perfect. So don't even worry about it.
If I had some music going all the time, okay. I don't really know what to say about this song other than it is sort of like about a breakup, and there is like some
Man, how
conspiracy.
many breakups did you go through? Fuck. Is every song on this album about a breakup?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Oh shit.
no, not every song,
It's like the
but
ultimate breakup album.
I think I've wrote like two of those. But like, it's funny because a lot of people will ask or wonder why I have this band, Fabulous Downey Brothers, and then I have a solo project, Sean Downey. So a lot of my personal feelings are kind of in the Sean Downeys. So they just happen to be about really because Fabulous Downey Brothers songs are really kind of silly and off the wall and abstract, and they can be about anything that we don't touch love. So I know what's happening here. um, I'll just play it. You ready?
Cool. Yeah.
Nothing ever turns imperfect, lost and tangled. You stand correct. You can never tell if you're underneath a spell or if you fell right to the bottom of the well. And if I might take a chance, I would suffice. Recommend a time where I could give you some advice. Far below, mechanical people know. Maybe I stay just till Thursday. I'm out of line. You stay inside. Don't ever ask, 'cause you can never take it back. Forget the facts and just keep following the map. And if I could, I'm sure it's not misunderstood. The likelihood of you turning into good. Far below, mechanical people know. Just because you thought it all that it was, you know 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 that it was. Thank you.
Damn. God damn. You're good at that motherfucker, dude.
Uh,
That
um,
sounded really good.
that song I got from the idea of watching Gaia. One of the guys was getting interviewed because he had traveled to other dimensions. He saw how there were people underground who were sitting in these egg-shaped um, chairs, and they would
Hmm.
connect to people who were living on the surface, like you and me, and they were basically controlling them, controlling their thoughts, their actions, and they had no idea.
Like
So
a
there's this
video game.
Yeah, there's this race of like mechanical people who are living underground who control your thoughts and make you come up with these creative ideas, these wonderful, ideas. So that's that's kind of what the
Holy
song.
shit. That's really fucking cool. I gotta peep that shit, man. Where'd you find that? Who made that?
Um, Gaia Network. There's it's a TV series. You have to pay for it, but it's all conspiracy, spiritual, new age stuff.
I'm into that. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's really fun stuff.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Like what kind of other media are you into, man? Like tell me about some of your favorite flicks, some of your favorite art pieces, whatever strikes your fancy, really.
I I'm a big horror film fan, and I like
Nice.
horror video games too. So, like, I'm a huge fan of Silent Hill. The new Resident Evil looks great. I love playing Vestige on the
Lady
PC.
Domiscu looks great.
Oh, she's fantastic.
She's just fitted head to toe. Head to toe. Legit. It's the hat. It's definitely
Nailed
the
it.
hat.
And I'm also a role playing game fanatic, so I'm a huge
Nice.
Final Fantasy VII fan. Um,
That's like
I'm
my
all,
favorite game.
yeah,
I love that fucking game. I just rebought the re-release, even though it's not what I wanted. I needed that copium, so I spent the fucking $80 on the special edition, got the metal book and all that shit, and fucking like
oh,
now I just beat the shit out of it and fucking it's just there to look at at this point
yeah.
because they I can't believe they brought up the
Oh,
game.
fuck
Oh my
yeah! This
god.
is the shit!
Holy
Kill
shit,
me
dude.
now!
Oh my
So the
god, I just had a heart attack. Sorry, dude. My fucking notification is so loud. It scares the fuck out of me every time it goes off. Oh, so somebody
yeah,
followed me. Good,
turned
but
all the
that scared
notifications
me.
off.
Sorry,
So
what?
I turned all the notifications off on my end.
Oh, it was for the stream itself. It's like I'm monitoring the stream too, so like it goes off. It's fucking
I,
jarring
I hope
every
you're okay.
time. I'm great. I'm great. I'm just
But
gotta collect myself.
yeah, I can't. I wish they would do another Silent Hill movie.
They need to make a fucking another Silent Hill game for these next gens, dude. I want it so bad. I don't even care if they just take the same game and just update it to a new engine. Just run it through Unreal or something. I'll play it. I'll pay
The
for it.
first
I don't
one.
care. Yeah, the first game. Just make the first game again and fucking make it with updated graphics and like mechanics and fucking like just like minor tweaks, but other than that, just keep it the same. Like the fucking locked camera
Yeah, and
angles, kind of
probably do that.
bullshit. But
Yeah,
like, if they really just had to do it exactly the same, I'd still take it at this point. Because fucking, geez, when was the last time they made a Silent Hill game that was that good? Tell me that,
that's debatable, right? Some
right?
people say the second one is the best one. I think
True.
the first one is the best one. I really liked Downpour, but it's
Was that
not.
the PS4?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you like about Downpour so much?
I just like
Controversial
how
decision, by the way. I gotta say, for
I think it was really well refined by this point.
okay,
I just liked the map, the puzzles, and the story isn't my favorite part. But
that's what people fucking got all hyped about was the story. They were mad about it.
yeah, I kind of skip over the story part. I really like all of the game development aspects of the game. I don't really like the story, really.
For
I
any
like the
game or just that.
content. Sometimes I'm into the story, but not usually.
Okay. What's like your favorite story for a game? A horror game. And why do you
Well,
like it?
how simple Silent Hill 1 was. And
Okay.
um I don't know. There's nothing to a Mario story. Like
What are you talking about? That's like a legendary arc right there, dude. Fucking woman
I
leaves fucking Mario. Mario beats up an entire village worth of creatures to get to the woman who left him. And then fucking it just happens all over again in a cycle. And then they just keep making games forever.
Like those are my favorite stories. Yeah. Really.
It's legendary.
Yeah. I know that like Life is Strange really takes the storytelling to the next level. So I appreciate games that are doing that. But
Yeah.
the I'm playing Helix 1 and 2.
What
Helix.
is Helix?
It's a clay animation role playing. Um, really like it. Um, music is weird and not like any role playing game you've played before. It's
Hmm,
completely authentic. Everything's handcrafted in it. Really cool game.
nice. I'm gonna give it a look, man. I fucking haven't downloaded it yet because I've been kind of on the broke side. But once I get this paycheck, getting it.
I'll get you the Helix 1. It's only like 4.99.
Oh, cool, perfect. That's perfectly inside my budget of no money at all.
What are you currently playing?
Honestly, I just ripped a bunch of games. So like right now I just restarted Halo just for the nostalgia. I just had to fucking check it out just to be like, was this game as good as I remember it? And so far, it's kind of pretty awesome. It's pretty fun.
Oh,
It's like big dumb fun. You just run around fucking tanking, just like not even fucking zoom aiming, just fucking shooting from the hip a bunch of aliens.
yeah, Halo's
It's,
great.
you know.
There's nothing better than a first person.
Debatable, but like they are fucking great.
They're definitely like some of my favorite genres.
I kind of favor over the shoulder third person a little bit personally, especially for
Yeah,
like horror games. Like the camera angle just makes it feel more cinematic, even though it's not like you're in the eyes of the player. But that's just
yeah,
me.
that's cool.
Thanks.
Want to see another guitar?
Yes, please. Thank you. Appreciate you taking me on this tour of your crib. It's very nice.
Um, this is a cool guitar. My dad made it. It's made from a cigar box, and it's really cool because you can open it here and see all the inside. And if you got cigars, you can put them in here.
You can just hide your contraband right in your guitar. Perfect.
Makes it sound better. And it's got a input right here.
It's
One
great for
pickup.
tours.
Put these little stop on it, so these feet, so it just stands anywhere.
It's actually really
Probably my
convenient.
favorite car. The action's really not very good.
What did he make it out of? Like wood wise, the neck.
I think he bought a blank neck. He like ordered it from the internet. I don't know what
Hmm,
it's made.
cool. That's fair. So
Another one.
say yeah.
Okay.
I'm interested in all the stuff in your room. Actually, like everything seems like it has a story.
It's basically the same thing, only it's a much bigger cigar box. If you have bigger cigars,
How big is that thing? Jeez.
it's
Like
kind
how
of like
big
a
of a cigar would you need to fill that thing?
uh huh. Sounds
It's
pretty
so square.
familiar. Yeah.
Oh, you used that on the album, didn't you?
No,
No?
no.
Cool. My
Um,
mistake.
you want to see the guitar I use for? It's a rock album, so we gotta talk guitars, right?
Yes, obviously. It's the cream of the crop.
Um,
The
what
real
what
bits.
what guitar do you play?
I'm actually rocking with my fucking Gibson SG Special Gothic 1990.
Okay, everyone. I'd like you to tune to an A. I'll play the A, and then you can tune to that. Then you stop the tape and hit play again when you're ready.
Were you telling me
A.
to do that?
I was telling the listeners. This is
Oh,
the
cool.
Epiphone Les Paul. It's a Les
All right.
Paul.
A Les Paul.
Um,
Les's Paul.
this was a gift. And it's not that expensive, even though it looks like it is.
I
Um,
like the sunburst on there. That's gorgeous.
mhm. This is the guitar that you hear on the rock album. So this is
Fuck
like
yeah.
my official studio guitar, whereas the other ones I'll take on tour or show.
Hmm.
But it's really heavy. It doesn't do good on tour.
So how long have you been playing guitar for, man? Like when did you start? Like what first got you into guitar as an instrument? And if that's not the only instrument you play, like what was your instrumental evolution like? Where'd you start and where are you now? What's your favorite now?
Teenager, right? When you're a kid and your parents are like, "What are you gonna turn into?" So they signed you up for piano and guitar, and my brother played drums. So he had a drum set, and I got guitars. I was, gosh, I was like 13 or 14 or something when Bush and Rage and Tool, all those bands were really big. So I couldn't have been at a better age because I was
Hmm.
also learning about old school rock, and the new rock was great too. And I was just learning about 80s music, so I didn't really digest everything.
Hmm.
I was just playing guitar every day. I didn't take it as serious as other people, because I
That's
was
every
really
day sounds pretty serious if you ask me.
like just
So
a
kind of
little.
serious. Just
I
all
also
day
like
for 12 hours a day, a little bit.
um, I was really into computer, and I remember the using the Boss BR 1180 recording machines,
Ah,
um,
nice.
so digital multi recorder track.
Hmm. Like
That's
a
how I
8 track or a
recorded.
4 track?
It was like 16 tracks and then like an additional 16 virtual tracks. They all had, it was all digital. So
Nice. I
it,
love those little devices. Those are great for like contained recordings.
Mhm. So like my first two albums were on those machines. Then I switched
And
to
what are
the
those first 2 albums called?
Transpose and Ancillary, second one.
Ooh.
And then after that, I switched to GarageBand, and then now I use Logic.
Cool.
What are you using?
I've been working on using fucking Ableton Live actually, the new Ableton Live 10 and 11. And it's just been like a huge learning process because I used to just do a lot of my production solely with the MPC Renaissance software. And I had the Renaissance one originally, and I have recently upgraded to the X. So it's been like a new learning experience every time you get a new piece of equipment all the time. So because I got all this new gear, I basically had to start completely over and learn how to use all this new gear all over again. So
Yeah,
it was a process. It's been a process, honestly. It's fucking
Eviltwin. No, I don't even know it. I
oh
know it,
man.
but I haven't learned it. My bandmate Tyler learned. So the Fabulous Downey Brothers are using Ableton, but I don't know how to use it.
That's fair. That's fair. Honestly. Like it's a doozy. I'll fucking say that much.
It can
But
do
like once you
everything,
get over the learning curve, you can fucking yeah, you can do literally anything.
and it's smooth as hell. Like it
Mhm.
totally knows how to utilize your CPU without overclocking or crashing. Although we did have that show, it was a festival where we had to wait and reset the computer and stuff because things were out of sync with Ableton. We couldn't figure out why. So it was fine. We were just like 20 minutes late to play.
That's cool. That I love it when that happens.
Really aggravating. Just sitting there in your costume and everyone's
Just like
and
in full
you're just
makeup, angry in a fucking chair. Just oh man, that's really funny. That's really funny.
Yeah, and you're in an undisclosed location, but do you miss going to live shows? Do you go to live shows?
Yeah, I actually used to work for Showbox for a long time before the COVID happened, struck everybody. And I was doing like stage security and personal escort for musical artists and artists of any kind, really. Like the security group that I worked for, kind of like loaned out groups of security to do all kinds of events. So I ended up working like Block Party. I've worked fucking Dead Baby Downhill. I've worked all the events in Seattle, basically.
So cool. So I may have seen you at one.
Yeah, actually, like I feel like I've run into you before, but like small town, you never know. It's best
Cool.
not to assume.
So you probably have some fun stories then.
Oh yeah, man. People are crazy, especially when they're trying to like turn up for a fucking concert after like they just spent like $200 on a ticket and they're trying to get their money's worth for that ticket. So they just like fucking
Oh.
get hammered and like split and fucking just like running around causing mayhem and shit. And then I gotta come over and then pull them outside and be like, don't fucking don't do that. You gotta stop doing that.
That's exactly how.
And they're like, I'm not doing anything. I'm fine. And you gotta be like, no, I'm telling you, you're not fine. uh,
Came here.
no,
I'd be
no.
a security.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
you
great.
came here.
I'm here
So
for your safety, but like whatever.
what cryptos are you carrying?
I'm fucking with the Doge. The Doge
Oh,
coin. I have tenants, specific tenants.
it's funny because no one's holding anything. Everyone's losing now. So
Exactly. Hey, I actually need to check my account really quick. But yeah, no, Ether, fucking Doge, a little bit as like a joke, honestly, but like also maybe. And what was it? Fucking huh?
some people are doing it as a living. So
Yeah, I'm not. I am not. I'm trying to diversify my bonds personally. This is part of where the advent of the show came from and what I've been doing lately. I've been recording in the studio a lot secretly while I like try to like build brand awareness through memes and jokes on the internet and like little tidbits of music and working with artists and building up everybody else cuz it's good to put out artists that I feel to me it's good to put out artists that I feel are great at what they do so that more people can see their music, you know.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like your show. Your show is awesome because
Thank you.
I watched a few episodes, and you're funny, and you obviously don't care what you say, or like that's
Yeah.
really exciting.
Thank you.
You
Thank you. I
know,
try.
so we don't even
Within
say
reason.
a warning. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I did notice on your Discord, yeah, you did have some rules, so that's fair. Those rules are
Yeah.
kind of common sense rules. So
Yeah. That's how I feel, as long as I'm not like making anybody the victim of any of my jokes, like I feel it's fine. It's fine.
yeah, it's fine. It's all fair.
Good.
Um, what else? What was your religion growing up? Did you have
Oh
one?
man, you're interviewing me now? Wow, what a flip. My how the tables have turned. But yeah, no, super religious. Not me personally, but my family is like super Christian and I am still the odd one out. So like we still kind of butt heads a little bit about that, but at this point they've kind of let it go that I'm just not going to go to church or like do what I used to do. They used to like take me to fucking church like every other day, if not like every third day or some shit. And I spent like most of my time growing up at church, like singing in choirs and doing church shit. And I just didn't enjoy any of it. It was like super weird. And like fanatical to me from day one. So like I was just not into it, and it weirded me out. Like watching people like flip out and like have like the Holy Spirit experience, and
Yeah.
like also like realizing later, like drawing parallels, like watching like possession shit, and it's just like, man, it's crazy how much like possession is really close to the idea of being filled with the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And it's
It's like
weird that they're like, it's like the same thing a little bit, like in fucking like voodoo and witch doctor shit, when they fucking like dance around and get possessed, they do like the same thing. It's fucking crazy. So like I off top was just very suspect, very very suspicious of the whole thing, and that didn't go over well with a lot of people. So naturally got odd
so here.
manned out. Yeah, so here I am, not very religious. I mean, I've
That's
read
cool.
the Bible. I've read like almost every religious book I can get my fucking hands on. Like I've read almost the entirety of the Quran translated, which isn't really fucking accurate to the language because it's in English. But I've read that. I read the Levian Satanist Bible, read the regular Bible, read fucking the Taoist tome, so to speak, fucking
The
Eightfold Path.
Torah.
I've not read the Torah because it's very long, and like I feel like I'd have to learn Hebrew to read the Torah right, because like that's like part of the thing
The
to read the
Kabbalah.
Torah.
The
Oh,
Kabbalah
cool,
doesn't
nice.
just have a book. It's a word of mouth tradition. It's
Hmm.
really cool.
That's what's up, man. I heard isn't Madonna into that?
Yeah.
Cool. She just like made that cool, like crazy fucking line of clothes for kids. It's like demon clothes and shit all over it. It's fucking pretty cool, honestly. They're kind of rad.
Yeah, I've been a fan of Madonna's for a while. I covered a few of her tracks.
Nice.
I saw the Free Britney documentary. That was pretty eye-opening. I hope she's doing okay.
I gotta watch that shit. I've known about like the situation with her for a while, but I didn't see the documentary because I like had been reading about all this shit. But like, man, have you followed her social media? You see her on Instagram? It's
Not
like,
as much as the majority of her fans, but I check
okay,
it at a time, and some of it's suspicious.
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is it's very sus.
Uh-huh. Look, she was maybe forced to do some of those posts, and she really didn't want to, so she's making it
Yeah,
look like she's not enjoying this.
like when she broke her fucking leg, that was rough. That was rough. I can't
Uh-huh.
believe that people are just like not doing anything. Somebody needs to help her. Somebody needs to help her.
So you want to hear another song?
Yes, absolutely.
The song is called Familiar. It's about familiar music.
Cool.
Because, yeah. Okay, here it goes. This stuff sounds familiar, doesn't it? This stuff sounds familiar, doesn't it? This stuff sounds familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? This stuff sounds familiar, doesn't it? It certainly sounds familiar, doesn't it? It certainly sounds familiar, doesn't it? It certainly it certainly sounds familiar, doesn't it? Even if you would fall away, I feel as though you wrote the word. Make something to anticipate everything you thought you heard. Not to state of familiar traits and be the last thing that would occur. Take all the time you need to explain. I feel as though you would cause a stir. Even if you would deviate, I feel as though you would forget about the music that came before and saying something you would regret. 'Cause everyone's got a new rendition. I haven't heard it as of yet. Give me something familiarizing, 'cause rock and rollin' isn't dead. Thank you.
Nice. Fuck yeah. So what song is it that's supposed to sound familiar? Like that you're referencing?
I don't know, really. But
It does
uh,
sound familiar though.
sometimes I write a song not knowing exactly what it sounds like, or maybe it sounds like a commercial, but I don't
Mhm.
want to admit that it's from a commercial and not like a famous person or something.
I
Um,
mean, that's fine as long as it's working and nobody knows. Whatever.
but I do like Neil Young, and he's old school in that sense of he can do any blues album he wants at any time of the day.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter what year it is. Um, and he doesn't care if it sounds like other music because he does pretty he'll write a song that sounds really basic in a sense where it's just a simple 4 beat and 4 chord change, and the melody sounds maybe like another popular song, but it's got a political spin on it, or he's doing Neil Young. He's admitted to this. He doesn't care if it sounds like something that's
Hmm.
come out before because it's not copyright infringement. He's not thinking
Hmm.
about the other song. He's just like, these are my favorite chords. This is my favorite beat. So I'm going to release it like this. And I kind of wanted
Nice.
to make an album like that. Like I wanted to just make a blues song that was my imagination song, was kind of my blues rockabilly song that I was like, I know there have been a lot of songs that sound like this, but anyone can play a blues riff. Some bands, that's all they ever do is blues.
Who's your favorite blues guy
Uh,
or girl?
honestly, I
Person.
sound a little young or old. I don't know how I'm dated, but I do like White Stripes. And that's
Nice.
another hark back to the basics of what I'm talking about, the like raw essence of the blues, which, I can't say I do. I don't do that. But I like it. I enjoy it. And I think when I was a kid I hated blues, but as I get older there are some certain aspects of it that I appreciate.
The crippling
Um
sadness mostly.
right. And it's also like the vibe too. It's like everyone has a vibe they put out there. Like think about like the heavy metal, what kind of vibe are they putting out, or like
Hmm.
indie rock versus dubstep. Those are like
Hmm.
two vibes they're putting out there. So like the blues vibe is still a thing. It's still different and separate from those, and um it's underrated, I think, again.
Yeah, I mean, like there hasn't been a lot of huge resurgences of blues lately. It seems like the focus has been more so on like large scale pop and hip hop and trap and maybe like a little bit of like hyper pop. I feel like is like sneaking its way into popularity. But yeah, no, not so much blues. That's unfortunate. I feel like it's
Yeah,
probably due. It's due.
it really depends on the hook, you know.
Right?
Because any band can do a blues song, even if you're Queens of the Stone Age or Foo Fighters, they can do a blues. So they're still kind of heavy in the music scene. And that's another issue, right? The oversaturation. There's literally billions of rock bands. So which one are you going to take and market and be like, here's the best, the most what's
All
like
of
the most
them.
defining rock band for this 10 years or whatever. And unfortunately the top 40s, like, you have Maroon 5 is probably one of the only rock bands, or I know there's a few other ones. 21
Mhm.
Pilots may be considered a rock band.
Oh my god. Cage the elephant. Oh.
So it's hard to find nowadays, but it can be found in the indie world. And I know a lot of people believe that dubstep took over the rock and roll vibe, or we left it in the 2000s.
Hmm. And man, that's such an interesting concept though, like how that could like take over a vibe. How,
Yeah, because in the 50s and 60s, rock and roll was about, ooh, it's too loud. And so
yeah.
now it's who's going to do that. And I think it's dubstep is the one that's like, oh, parents probably think it's too loud. So nowadays, I don't know what it's going to be. There's nothing really that is going to be popular now, I think, that's going to be too loud for people, unless it's 100 gex or something.
100 gex for sure. Or
They're
like
probably,
fucking like what's their name? Death Grips.
oh, yeah, totally.
Like
And
Death
they're,
Grips is fucking hard.
yeah, I like some of their tracks.
Yeah. It's not all of them, but definitely they have some fucking really good gems.
Hmm.
It feels like some of your like more electronic stuff you pull a little bit of style from like Aphex Twin. Would you say that's accurate? Like do you listen to Aphex Twin at all?
Yeah, I really like Apex Twin. Um,
Oh,
I really
nice.
like the Window Liquor track, and
Hey.
I'm into some Max MSP jitter is what he
Oh,
is using in some of his songs. He does some software music, it's software music, so
yeah.
a lot of it is all coded before it's recorded,
Hmm.
and that's where I think a lot of the genius lies, and why people are attracted to it because they can sense that there's something unhuman about what is going on here, and
Just completely digitally generated from his touch.
and it also sounds, it sounds human too. Like
Do
he
you do
uses,
that?
well,
Do you
he'll
code
use.
your music? I mean,
What was the question?
do you code your music like he
Ha!
does?
No, but I do experiment, and the best way I can say it is I'll take a drum track and um quantize it or something, or run it through a glitch processor or something, and then I'll export it.
Hmm.
I'll take that file, or like a bounce essential, and then put
Hmm.
it back and run it through the quantizer again. And
So it has
so,
both signals stacked on top of each other.
yeah, it's sort of like you're taking an autocorrect filter and applying it twice or three times. So it's an effect that's supposed to make it sound cleaner and better. But if you do it too many times, it starts to sound really weird. So do a lot of things like that. Things that you can't really replicate with VSTs because I try to be destructive with that. Like I'll take
Hmm.
it into Audacity, play around with filters, and then put it back into Logic
What's your
because
beef with VSTs, man?
oh, I love VSTs. I use them too. I
Okay,
just don't. I do try to create a sound that you just can't recreate.
that's good.
Right.
Honestly, I feel like you've fucking completely accomplished that with like a lot of the body of your work. Honestly,
Hey, thanks. That's
yeah,
a nice thing to say.
yeah, dude. I've been listening. I mean it. I've been listening to your music for quite a while. Honestly, it's kind of funny. It's a little surreal to just be like kicking it, talking to you about all of this shit. It's pretty
No,
cool.
thanks for having me on the show. It's a lot of fun, and yeah, I mean,
Thank
I do have
you.
a lot
Thank
of
you.
stuff to talk about, so it's cool. No one really cares.
Dude, I
Yeah,
care. Dude, I care. That's why you're here. That's why we're talking.
it's fine. I can just chat. No one has to like it, so it's just I like that you can like it. That's great.
That's cool. Like I'm loving it personally. Yay me.
Um, did you like the vaporwave
Oh
stuff? I'm
yeah, yeah. That shit was really cool. I was actually gonna say, if you've got one of your music videos queued up that you would like to show, fucking, if you want to screen share from your computer, we can just watch it right here. You don't want to watch any music videos?
nah.
Cool.
People will know they can just look it up if they want to see my music videos. But if there's a video
That's
that
fine.
you'd like to show and talk about, I'd be more than happy to do that. Um,
Okay.
I just figured it was another topic of conversation. I feel like vaporwave and the rock and roll thing are somewhat related in a sense where it's sort of like retro based music. I
Oh,
love
okay.
sampling. That's something we never talked about too, and that's kind of what the familiar song was about. Is you can sample anything nowadays, and people are people are just taking old songs and covering them to keep them alive in pop music, you know. Um, so sampling, I think, could be definitely taken to the next level. There's not there you can sample anything. So I may sample this show and make a song from it, or I love sampling video games, and I know a lot of kids and people do that. You know,
Is
that's
that what
why
you did
not?
with Arrow the Acrobat? Arrow the Acrobat, right?
Yeah, have you played that game?
Yeah, a little bit when I was way younger. I actually hadn't like it was like a buried memory, and then when I saw your video, it came back. I was like, "Holy fuck! I've actually played this." It was great, man.
Favorite game.
So did you just like write lyrics over the soundtrack from the tracks in the game?
Yeah, it's literally like my favorite soundtrack, and
It's good.
it's interesting to talk about because I really did want to credit the original writers and try to get permission, but they were very anonymous. They said that Fox Studios did the music,
Hmm.
so I looked up Fox Studios and where the location was, and it had been like not used in a long time or whatever, you know, defunct. Um, I don't know who the composer is, and the a lot of the music sounds like your typical carnival music, but also like you could tell he was taking from French orchestra with like the a lot of the Busy Bee song. I can't remember the name of all those songs, but you can tell there's a lot of orchestra influence. And but this person made some great choices with the chords and the rhythm and the bass, and it's all MIDI. You can tell it's MIDI. So who is this person, and why aren't they getting credit, and why is it not getting more like recognition? Because it's beautiful. So I just took it and put lyrics on it, and some of it I didn't take exactly part for part. I did have to like cut and splice to make it a more like fleshed out song, and then also I would like add drums or melodies, keyboard stuff, like to sort of bring it out. But yeah, it's one of my proudest works. I'm most proud of this work, the trilogy.
I enjoyed it straight up. It was fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah. But so for your editing style, like who do you find you draw the most inspiration from visually? Like if there's like a director or even if you know like editors specifically by name, like who are some of your favorite styles in editing that you draw inspiration from to use for your style of editing?
Right. The editor for this tape.
It all comes back to the tape.
uh, Obviously, like I really like Michel Gondry because he's so playful in his work, and he's done all of my favorite artists. He did Chemical Brothers and Bjork and Beck, and he's super creative and uses color. And I like
What did
Mark
he produce for
Romanek.
them?
Huh?
He edited for them or produced for them? What did he do for them?
Directed and shot a music video for them.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Those are all like some of my favorite music videos and artists, honestly. You're just naming off fucking people that I have on my record shelf behind me. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. I mean, there are. Michel Gondry has DVDs. He's got three of them, and I have them. I watch films, and I'd be honored to meet him and work with him one day, but we'll see. We'll
What are
see.
the DVDs called?
Um, I'd have to go hunting for them. It might take me a few minutes.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Our
That's fine.
record collection downstairs,
Oh,
and a bunch of DVDs and Blu-rays, and I have a Super Nintendo and a PlayStation.
nice. Good fucking haul, man. How long you been collecting records?
Um, I guess forever since I ended up taking my dad's records, my mom and dad's records.
Okay. So you
So
like
they just,
inherited theirs.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to put it in a box and keep it in the garage.
Oh,
So, so my brother and I were like, "No way, take them out and take care of them," because some of them were damaged.
yeah,
And my mother
that's
was
what
obsessed
happens.
with the monkeys, and we had Beatles and Rolling Stones,
Hmm.
Michael Jackson. Um, those were kind of their. That was our starting collection. B-52s, Talking Heads. We ended up buying like Devo records later, and we have like maybe four to 500 records. Um, very proud of this collection. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking cool, man.
You
I've
have
been collecting
records?
for a while myself too. Yeah, actually, been doing that since like 2012 or 14. It was like one of my friends, who's one of my like good friends, passed away. Rest in peace. And when he died, like we went to his house for the wake or whatever, and his mom gave me his records, and that's how it started. Yeah, it's
That's kind
sad,
of
but like, yeah.
what kind of records? Just curious.
He gave me like an Otis Redding and Salty Dog by Procol Harum, and
Well,
what was the third one? It was like this death metal album that fucking I don't think I can remember because I don't know if I ever actually could read the fucking name on it because of the font. I just know it's a death metal record and it sounds great.
that sounds cool.
Yeah, no, he left me some really cool stuff. He was a cool guy.
Neat. So how many do you think you got?
At this point, I feel like I've probably worked my way up to somewhere between like 200 and 400, somewhere in there. I honestly just don't count. Like it's like one of those things where I go out hunting for records, and I find myself like crate diving and crawling through records for hours and just like finding like either the most affordable, coolest looking record I could find, or just blowing all my cash on like one really good record. That's how I used to do it when I didn't have like a lot of money. But fucking now I've got a decent cash flow ish. So whenever I go, I just try to look for stuff that either I don't have yet or that I've always like kind of wanted, in the back of my head. Like getting all the greats, getting all like the fucking like the classics. Like I got Cream, I got War, like just I could go on. You know what I'm saying?
Classy.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, the expensive ones are for me are the Residents, and Frank Zappa.
Ooh. Nice.
Um,
Yeah, those are some good ones. Zappa's one shit. Dweezil too. He's actually pretty solid.
so I have like two. I think I have two Resident records. I don't know what Zappa records I have. I don't think I have any.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if I actually own any Zappa either. I just have listened to a lot of him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I like Valley Girl. That's my favorite Zappa song right
Classic.
now.
I feel like I'm never good with song names. It's like I've listened to too much music and now it's the names are all just like a blur, but like when I hear the song, I know the song. It's just weird. But the
Well,
last one
yeah.
I listened to was Chic. I think it was like Chic something Zappa, where he's got like a fucking turban on. It's shit's
Uh-huh.
really good. And it's like weird and Indian, like Indian music themed. It's super wild. Like neo jazz, expressionist, space crazy shit, you know? You know.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure he probably does not want to be categorized, but it's kind of like jam rock.
A little bit. Like I'm not gonna say like Grateful Dead, but like
I write kind of music,
Huh?
because that's really what it was. It's play whatever I write down music. Because then
Yeah.
he would write it all out, and everyone would have the papers out in front of them when they would play sometimes.
Did you ever see his crazy ass movie he made in like the 70s?
No, I want to see it.
Dude, you gotta check it out. It's on Amazon Prime, I'm pretty sure. But it's buck fucking wild. He is nuts. There's like people doing cocaine, butt naked hippies running around doing like weird, trippy visual stuff. There's like not a lot of
Sounds.
storyline. It's great.
That sounds cool. I'd
It was
love
really
that.
cool. It was really
Yeah.
cool. Like it's kind of in the same air in terms of psychedelia as like what was it? The Man Who Fell to Earth with Bowie. Like as weird as like some of the stuff in that film gets psychedelically is kind of as weird as some of the stuff gets in the Zappa film. It's fucking
Nice.
very trippy, very LSD influence. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Because I don't remember much from the Bowie movie.
Yeah, it's long. It's so long. Like I remember I fucking like ended up like taking a couple hits of acid and just I was just like, this is the first time I'm gonna watch this movie. So I want it to be like the one. And so I dropped 2 tabs and I
Whoa.
started it and I was just watching the whole thing, sitting there, and like midway through, I'm like, man, how fucking long have I been sitting here watching this movie? It just keeps going. Like
Movie
he's
just
on the
forever.
streets, he's off the streets, he's an alien, his wife's dead. What's going on? I love it. I loved it. It was great.
Oh yeah. How long were you high for? Do you remember?
Probably like that whole day. I like watched it, finished it, and it's super weird because like his name's Tommy and my name's Tommy. So like
Okay.
yeah, so I was like watching it, and every time they'd say it, it's like there's somebody who's saying my name. So I was just like, what?
Fucking
What
right.
are they talking? Yeah, are they fucking talking to me right now?
That's how it works.
And then like afterwards, got outside because I was like, I can't be inside anymore, and had to go for like a walk and tromped on down to the beach and literally just like walked into the ocean and just like hovered in the ocean for a while because I lived near a beach, so it was not bad. Nice vibes. It's good to base out in the ocean. I feel
Right.
like it's a
Yeah,
good
that's
grounding.
nature. It's like the best place, really.
Seriously, it's the best grounder. It feels like
Hmm.
your energy gets based whenever you like chill in the ocean for a while. But yeah,
Yeah, you sound pretty smart when it comes to that stuff. Not recreational use, you know.
yeah, no, I try to like if I'm gonna be doing anything like that, it's like to get something out of it, or like I I used to just do it all the time, and but like as the evolution has turned, now it's like I have goals in mind whenever I'm trying to do it. Like I'm trying to complete a thing, or like learn a thing, or confront a thing, or you know what I mean. But you
Hmm.
know, it's also good to just do to have fun and like see what comes and not have expectations. So like the dichotomy between balancing those two things is always a little bit difficult, but I try to do my best, you know. That's all anybody can do.
Yeah, that's the best way to go about it is to have the right intentions.
Yeah. Like anything you abuse anything, it'll come back and bite you. Like LSU has a funny way of fucking kicking your ass if you're not doing it right.
For
Like
sure. For sure.
it'll break you down. Ego
Yeah.
death. Ego death.
Yeah. Mine was not fun.
Oh,
I know
did
a lot
you
of
have a ego death experience?
well, I think so.
Maybe it felt weird.
Sometimes it's hard to remember what happens in that moment. So,
Yeah, dude, because you're like unsure of what actually is happening or isn't.
yeah, and the it's so funny because the deeper you get, right, and it's like the whole death thing and out of body experience, all that stuff is subjective to the personal experience. So unless two people take the same dose and do the same kind of trip, then they have something sort of to pull from, but still they are two separate entities having separate experiences inside their head. So it's very hard to draw the line. But the interesting thing, well, the topic I'd like to bring up is that recently
Please.
some people have been claiming to have more active psychic abilities when they are like smoking a strong salvia divinorum or like a DMT, something that can really shoot you into the deep end right away. And so a lot of those users have to deal with this like spiritual alchemy. If you want to get to that level, you're going to have to like deal with a lot of like physical and emotional and spiritual things. So if you get past that point, some people can open up a door with their mind or move an object on the table
Hmm.
when they're in these states, or get um, like a vision, like don't get on that plane, or those kinds
Or
of
glimpses
things.
of the future, just breaking away from the timeline.
So I think those things are interesting, and you can also like travel to another dimension or talk to dead people. Um,
Have you had any of these experiences personally?
yeah, I feel like I have, and you can have them with by using like dream dictionaries, because
Hmm.
if you track of those visual kinesthetic experiences, then you can sort of exercise that muscle and it becomes easier to catch yourself lucid, or when you're meditating. I think that's something we didn't really discuss, was religiously, like, I found meditation was actually working for me
Hmm.
growing up. So I thought the only way if church was going to work is if I was meditating while I was in church, or if I
Hmm.
was high on a psychedelic, because being stoned in church is like a really spiritual, vivid experience. So
I
there
never
was,
like. Wow, that's raw,
yeah,
dude.
right. I mean, what's a better place to increase your um, emotional like creativity is in church when you're on a psychedelic, right?
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. It actually just makes perfect fucking sense now that I'm thinking about it. It does seem
Kind
like
of.
it goes
I
together.
definitely like the Terrence McKenna approach. Dark room, no music, laying on the floor, no distractions.
Just in
Because
your
that's like
mind, just
really, really deep. You just get blasted off. It's great.
hell
I feel
yeah,
like
dude. It
the best
is.
experience is doing that approach.
Honestly, yeah, that and sometimes I do music, but like that one microdosing and like taking naps, listening to binaural beats and things like that, and like theta wave manipulation. Fucking I honestly listen to a lot of that stuff whenever I'm like really trying to dive for like meditative trips, cuz like I feel like it helps personally. And even if it's not like a real thing, for me, I feel like it's not necessarily as much about the thing itself being a real thing as much as it is about the thing fulfilling the function of what you want it to fulfill or you need it to fulfill. So like whether or not like that thing does what people think it does or not, to me, I feel like it helps. And when I do it, it works
Uh,
more to me, you know?
no, I mean, there's been science behind this too now. So people are
Oh.
using ketamine and mushrooms as a way of therapy.
Mhm.
It'll work better than an antidepressant. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very common that when people have a good trip, they come back feeling different and satisfied. Like they've filled a void, or they've faced something that's been,
They felt the fear.
yeah, yeah, they did something. They come back and they feel good. They remember their purpose. They remember why they're here, or they they get back in touch with relatives. Who knows? Who knows what it is, what trip they're on? But
Straight up.
I think it's gonna replace therapy one day. I have friends. I know two people that are into psychedelic therapy as a field of study. Like, they're getting paid a lot of money to do it. So it's
That's
a thing.
awesome.
They're
That's
saying that
awesome.
2025 is going to be a spiritual rebirth of toad users. Well,
Toad
yeah,
users. That's a curveball. I have not heard the toad just coming back.
5-MAODNT,
Oh wow.
synthetic version of it, so that you don't have to harm the frogs.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because isn't that like the same thing that's derived from poking the frog or whatever.
Think
With
so.
like
I know there's
in
a
like
lot of people
traditionally,
that
yeah, like
frogs carry
traditionally in
everything.
the fucking was it?
Who knew? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry,
Yeah,
what was that last thing you said?
everything is the frog is carrying everything. Who knew?
Makes sense, man. That's always
How are
trippy.
we doing on time?
Honestly, like I just go till fucking people feel like they want to go. I'm enjoying this personally. We're having a great talk. I feel like,
Would you like to hear a song?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I was actually
This
just
song.
gonna spiel about. Oh, one more time.
Um, no, yeah, we can spiel all we want. This song is called Roxanne.
Nice.
It's unreleased. It hasn't. It's on the CD. You can buy the CD for $30, but it's not on Spotify or Bandcamp yet. It's called Roxanne. Here we go. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. I saw Roxanne in a video. Roxanne is dancing at all the shows. I saw Roxanne in a zebra skirt. I saw Roxanne at the liquor store. Roxanne was always getting more. Now she's taking her dog to work. I saw Roxanne at another rave. Roxanne was marching in the parade. Now she's dating a businessman. I helped Roxanne with her makeup. I told Roxanne she should break up with the guy in the math rock band. Shut it off. Rocks not soft. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. Roxanne says she's a medium. She met some ghosts at the stadium where she saw Aerosmith play with the Goo Goo Dolls. Roxanne is posting on Instagram, posting pretty for all the fans. Now she's getting a sponsorship. Roxanne got hit by a meteor, but said it made her prettier. Now she's living in outer space. Roxanne was seen in Australia, wearing some kind of regalia, where she opened another vape store. Rocks it up. Rocks not soft. I met Roxanne if you met Roxanne. 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 Thank you.
Ah, fuck
Would you
yeah,
like to
dude.
hear some bonus lyrics? These lyrics never made it into the song, okay? Bonus
Fuck
lyric.
yeah. Let's
Um,
go, Scoop.
I met Roxanne at the liquor store, buying something that she can pour. Now she's falling onto the floor. So that one wasn't very imaginative. Here's the next one. I heard Roxanne on the radio saying she did it all for show. She spit and spat on the microphone. Not bad.
Not bad.
And this one says, I met Roxanne when she moved to New York City. She thought everyone there was so pretty. Not really good to rhyme city with pretty, but I wrote it down. And then
So it's there.
this one says, I met Roxanne when she moved to Los Angeles, where she became a televangelist for cannabis.
Raw. What a
I love
story
the
arc.
lyric. Didn't make it in the song.
Hey, but it's here now, so it's out there.
Yeah, it's been recorded and great.
Yeah. Dude,
That's
fuck yeah,
Roxanne.
man.
Just like the Police. I like the Police.
So we had to get another shout out track for Roxanne. I mean, she had one song, but you know, now she's got two.
So
That's
like
what's up, man.
That song. I mean, what do you like that song? That song's cool.
Yeah.
It's like I don't wanna. It's about a girl. It's about girls. There's
Mhm.
like people I hate. I mean, I'm talking about girls. um,
That's fine.
this crust punk, the crust punk person. Like that's
Okay.
kind of what the song's about. And there's some girls know the word crust punk. They know what it is, and they have tattoos and ripped jeans, and they got piercings, and they smoke lots of cigarettes, and they love hard punk music, and they vape, and um, that's kind of what the song's about. Those kinds of girls. I have friends like that, and they're like
Everybody, we all got friends like that in Seattle.
San. Maybe they're not crust punk, but they opened a vape store at one point in their life. Like, also, I'm kind of working with this person, Gabriel, who's in Fruit Juice.
Cool.
I want this person to be in the music video, which is interesting because when I came to them, they said that they had a friend, Roxanne, who was like exactly like the lyrics. So I
Hmm.
know that there's a person out there. I'm not thinking of anyone particular, but
This wasn't a personal attack.
yeah, yeah. But I have met girls like Roxanne.
Yeah, I feel like we all have in Seattle. Seriously,
Like, yeah, she'll bring her dog to work.
she'll bring her dog to your house without saying anything. She'll just show up with a dog and then come in your house.
Yeah, it'll be like it's we're having a board game night and the carpets are clean. You need to take your shoes off,
Oh,
and she brings like her dog, and it's
oh
just
my
dirty.
god, that's like
She
a
didn't tell
real
me.
scenario.
It didn't actually happen, but in my head it did. And that
That's like
was
a
that.
real scenario I've seen play out. Not kidding.
I make up
Oh
scenarios in
man,
my mind, and then I come up with the song.
nice. Is that like your typical writing process?
No, it usually starts with the music. That's pretty typical. I'll be experimenting in Logic or guitar, or I'll be playing a video game and hear a song.
Okay. And so, like, once you got your melody and everything established, you just kind of like start overlaying like thoughts and ideas, or do you start from like a rhyming point aspect, or where do you find yourself formulating ideas lyrically once you got the melody down?
That's a good question.
I watched a
But the
lot of shows and people said things like that, so I figured I'd just take that and say it to you.
I'll explain it, but it's kind of interesting because it's changed over the years.
Mhm.
But the more I work, the more I write songs, the more I find it's easier to do. Um, I know that it's best to just sort of make mistakes, and
And learn
when it
from the mistakes.
yeah when it comes to singing and writing the lyrics, it's best to write the song the way I like how it sounds, and then play it and have a mic and just have the notepad, and I'm just singing and playing it, looping it over and over again until I find something that sounds good to sing, you know. Because it's one thing to write the lyrics and be like, that looks good on paper, and then you sing it and you don't have the same confidence. So sometimes it's really just whatever you blurt out. I think that's kind of how David Byrne was. It was a lot of gibberish, and then he would
You
go
just kind
back
of
and
do scat tracks a little bit.
yeah, and he would listen to it and write the words that had the same consonants and rhyme scheme. Um, but it gets easier, but it gets more complicated as I get older because I have a lot of lyrics now. I have a ton of lyrics, and I used to hate writing lyrics. I used to go to my friends for lyrics because I hated it. I was like, it's just about music. But now I'm figuring out that it's the lyrics are the some of the most important part of the song. Not for everyone, but for a majority of people, I think they like the lyrics, what they're saying, what they're hearing, the message. The music can sound good, and sometimes you get a pop song that's like an instrumental track. So
Hmm.
that would be cool. I want to do that.
You want to make a pop song with an instrumental track?
I would love. I think Dead Mouse is like one of the only, and yeah, like other electronic artists who are kind of they can produce a nice instrumental track and it'll get recognized as like a mainstream or top
Hmm.
40. Like I really liked Chemical Brothers in the 90s. They had
Me
like
too,
vocal
man.
in their songs, but you felt like you were listening to an instrumental song, kind of.
A lot of their breakbeat shit was some of my fucking like jam coming up. D&B, drum and bass, breakbeat. That
Yeah.
really inspired me a lot to get really into the whole hype electronic techno, just expressionist vibe from the 90s forward. Growing up, like that was always a thing. I feel like the Matrix was a huge puzzle piece for that. Like seeing the Matrix with the soundtrack that the Matrix had in '99 was fucking life changing, dude.
Mm-hmm. Some
But
the drum samples back then were really good.
yeah, something about the
They
way
were
they
moving
cut him
away from
just,
the 80s snare sound. They were
yeah.
Yeah. It's all about the snare sound. I could go forever about the snare sound.
Go off about the snare a little bit. Tell me about the snare? What's up with the snare, man?
It's
What's
just
your beef with the
an
snare?
overpowering sound. It's often overlooked, but I feel like it's the most important part of a track. I feel
Mhm.
like I feel like a lot of maybe Lady Gaga songs or like NSYNC or Backstreet Boys wouldn't have gotten the same effect if it didn't have those snare sounds that they're using. Um,
Mhm.
I think a lot of thought went into it, but maybe I'm wrong. I know
I feel
that
like that you're not.
maybe like where you place the mic on a snare will change everything if you've
Mhm.
recorded. So then the 80s they brought the microphone really like perpendicular to the drum and they added like these gated reverbs which were made famous by all sorts of 80s musicians. And and they had a lot of electronic snares too that mimic a lot of those sounds. And then
Mhm.
when the 90s came, they were really more into the sound of the stick hitting the snare. So they brought the mic up and around the snare, like brought it into another room, to get all these more open kind of tonal sounds you hear like you hit the snare and it like rings in the speaker and it's a louder sound. It's not as good in my opinion, but
Mhm.
it's more like danceable, more jazzy. um and in the 90s everyone was using the harpsichord sound. Like
Hmm.
TLC had it, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys had it,
Wow, they really
Destiny's
did.
Child, down, ding,
The
ding, ding,
dun
ding.
dun 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 dun. Yeah, that totally was fucking harpsichord. I don't want no
Yeah.
scrubs.
So,
That entire intro is all harpsichord. That's super
but,
funny.
but now pop music is definitely like blown out now. All the levels have right to the tip of peaking, and the snare sounds are back to electronic how it was in the 80s, and they're way bigger and more in your face. So this is
And you
this
don't
is
like that.
yeah, this is but now you have all types of music, so you hear different snare sounds in all types of music, which is nice.
Mhm.
That's what makes people dance, the snare.
How so? Why like what do you
It
why
could
do
be the
you
kick.
think it's the snare? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Why do you think it's the snare and not the kick?
You don't really need the snare, honestly. You just need the kick. And that's also not true. I know a few rappers that like would produce tracks that never had any kick,
Hmm,
and it was
that's
really
interesting.
spooky sounding. It was just a snare. Everyone. It was kind of like trap.
But like minimalist trap a little bit.
Hmm.
Okay, that's fucking cool. I gotta check it out.
Um, yeah. What are you listening to?
Lately, I've just been going through the OG pantheon of the records I've been picking up. I just picked up what was it? King Crimson, fucking Court of the Crimson King, if that's the name of the album, or if that I don't remember if that's the name of the album or if that's just one of the songs on the album. But fucking that track and the album are amazing. King Crimson is one of my favorite bands, like historically, growing up and still. They're just like really good. That one, I don't have this other one, but one of my other favorite ones that they put out was Starless. That one's super, just like really trippy 70s, like wizard storytelling, fucking OG rock and psychedelic before it started developing into more of a pop mainstream, like linear rock. You know what I'm saying? Like before it
Hmm.
finally like solidified its structure post 70s into the 80s, you know?
So you're listening to older stuff then? You
At
listen
the
to any
moment,
new
yeah. Yeah, no, I've been bouncing back and forth between that stuff and like Coda the Friend is a really good rapper I've been checking out lately. I
Coda?
went through like, yeah, Coda the Friend. It
Oh,
was
Coda.
like the friend, like buddy.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds cool.
Yeah, he's really fucking cool. He's got a lot of really good lyrics, super introspective, not like talking about fucking the typical subject matter that you find in most hip hop and boom bap and trap specifically now. But yeah, no, I feel like it's a good break from that. Him and like Freddie Gibbs in terms of like hip hop are really slaying it. I've been fucking with this new dude, what's his name? Oh man, he's from Texas. I can't remember his name. He had his new song's called Sucka. Like I'm gonna get you sucka.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he's fucking crazy. Tizo Touchdown, that's his name. Tizo Touchdown.
Tizo touchdown.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I think you'd really enjoy some of his shit. He's fucking funny.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a whole vibe to his shit that's like off the wall style wise and lyrically and like
That's cool.
he like raps about like being openly gay a lot, which is pretty fucking cool. Like ballsy move. I commend it.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
good. But
Um, have you heard of
electronic. Oh, sorry.
that handsome devil?
Yeah, that handsome devil is fun. I've
Just
been checking
discovered.
him since for a while. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
Oh
why. This is some really good stuff.
yeah. There's another one. What's the name of that band? That's kind of like that handsome devil. I'll give you a suggestion real quick. Just got to look up the name of the song or
I
the
like
name of the song.
squirrel.
There it is. They're called Dog Fashion Disco. Dog Fashion Disco. If you like
Dog.
that handsome devil, you should peep some of their stuff. It's a lot more. It's like devil ska is the best way I could describe it. It's crazy, super orchestral metal,
Oh,
like thematic noir metal.
yeah. I'd like to listen to that.
Yeah, man. Check it out when you can. So, like, where can I find all your music? Where's it all posted at? Like, what's your where's your links, man? Where's the
It's
Carfax?
everywhere. You can find me on Spotify. You can find me on Bandcamp. Just type Sean Downey. It's spelled like Scene Downey. SEANDOWNEY. I went to the Guitar Center and they were like, "Do you have an account with us?" I'm like, "Yeah, my name's Sean Downey." And there's literally like 12 Sean Downeys in the state of Washington who shop at Guitar Center. So
They're all
I
you.
I, al- I always check. I'm the only one on Spotify. So
It's
for now,
official.
I know there's way other Sean Downeys who are doing music,
Mhm.
not like me.
It's
That's
not
all.
mine.
Yeah. I do know this other artist named Sean Downey who does painting, and he's really talented. Um, I think he's in the. I don't know where he's at. Maybe Central America, maybe New York, but it's really cool. It's just one of those days you just search your name and you find other people, especially like in during pandemic and when Facebook was just starting. I would deliberately make friends with random strangers just to just to make a new friend. You know.
Hmm. That's a cool
even if they
thing to
were
do, honestly.
my name. Yeah,
You just like track down all the Sean Downeys and make them my friend. And then we'll
yeah,
form a superior Sean Downey as a gang.
yeah.
The
It's just
Downey
all people.
Gang.
Yeah, they're all like Irish, Italian. No, they're Irish, probably.
And you're Irish?
Yeah, my father was
Oh,
Irish, so
okay, cool.
that's yeah. That's my name. Means shine, like a light that shines. That's what you're saying when you say Sean. And then Downey refers to people of the hill, because we're looking down the hill up on a
Hmm,
fort. That's what Downey means.
that's fucking
Names
cool.
are interesting, right?
Names are super interesting, man. A name can say 1,000 things with only one word.
Would you like to hear sensitive?
Yeah, please. I was actually gonna play the video for that because that was one of my favorite videos out of the chain of ones you sent.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I would invite everyone to watch the sensitive music video. It was shot by Andy Perkovich at Saltwater State Park. And, we shot it um, vertical. So I've always done horizontal videos my whole life. Been doing the widescreen thing, so I figure with the advent of all the stories and TikTok, it's okay to film vertical.
Yeah, it's a really cool style choice, honestly. It's like a great simulation for holding my phone.
It also it utilizes more of the pixels on the screen, and it forces me to edit differently too, which was interesting.
Cool. I didn't even think about that. How that could affect your editing style.
Ugh. Here's Odin.
Oh, nice. There's the big boy. Is
Odin,
that a
you're
Maine
on Twitch,
Coon?
buddy. You're on Twitch. Did you know that?
It's always great. Everybody I've interviewed so far has cats. It's super funny. They always bring their cat on the stream, and I love it. I want more cats.
Yeah, cats are good to have. Dogs are nice too. Do you have any dogs?
I used to have some dogs when I was growing up, but ever since they passed away, I just never ended up getting dogs again. I was real bummed about it, so that sucked. But since then, I've gotten plenty of cats. I've had like at least 8 different cats collectively because I had one cat that kept having babies. So like I started stacking cats until I finally got her fixed, which is happening Thursday.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Getting the
Yeah.
upgrade.
Yeah, getting those upgrades, dude.
Okay, this song is called Sensitive, and it's about sensitive people.
Like us.
No use in sitting waiting for the afterlife. You shift and change and wait until you die. I'm concentrating on kicking up my line. Before you know it, you're running out of time. You seem more sensitive than sorrow. You're taking more than you could borrow. You'll wait until the shape is hollow. You'll see a change will come tomorrow. You've seen much more than you can handle. You cruise and listen to radio. You'll only listen in stereo. 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 I think
Hell
you.
yeah. Fucking A, dude.
You like? I
Cat
gotta
loves it too.
recap really fast.
Go for it, man. Make sure the kitty's fed. Gives me time to check my phone. I mean, my hand hurts without it in it. So,
Thank you for waiting.
oh, you're great. No
I've
problem.
dealt with a lot of sensitive people. I think I'm sensitive. I think I'm a sensitive person, but I'm also Scorpio rising.
Hmm. And that means what exactly?
That means I don't accept excuses. I'm really a dick. I can be an asshole.
Very blunt, like brash.
Maybe, yeah. If it sounds funny in my head, I'll say it.
That's fair,
Um,
man.
like I said, you learn from your mistakes, and I'm single, so
I think we're all single at this point.
I
The
need to watch.
isolation.
I need to watch what I say, but I'm working on it. And there are some people who still like me, so
I like you. You seem great,
hey,
man. Honestly, I really appreciate like
I'll
just
call
like
you Tommy or Angel or
Angel works. That's like the handle or whatever. I was just keeping it more personal because I feel like we're past that. But like for the show, yeah, whatever works.
um. Yeah, I'm excited for what the future has for music and cryptocurrencies. I think one day there will be a DMT experience that you can put on the blockchain and
Ha!
to see how much it goes up and down.
How would you put a DFT experience on the blockchain? That is
I don't know.
like such a. uh,
It's like they're happening. It happens 24/7, like even during holidays. So I think you will be able to plug into that one day and just kind of watch your shares. Like if you're holding a share, if you have something on the blockchain, there's no reason why you can't go to it. You own it. It's like square footage. So
hmm.
you can go there in the VR world and
Oh wow! I didn't even think about that. I thought you were just talking like literally, like just plug straight into the fucking cerebral cortex, just one plug.
well, that's what it will evolve into. But right now, we can plug into VR headsets.
True.
But eventually, yeah, it'll be either drugs or installations
Or
and
both.
body yeah changes so you can plug in. My brother has the cool tattoo of a USB input,
Hmm.
so it's kind of like that. You can just install. You probably want Thunderbolt at this point. The new iMacs only come with Thunderbolts.
Huh. Have you seen that film Extends? That Cronenberg film? Oh man, it's kind of like that. It's like future technology progresses so far that like eventually they're just like making bioorganic technology, and like that's in like every regard. So like computers are like bioorganic, and fucking like this dude on a plane like pulls out a fucking bone gun from his hand. He just like pulls his finger out and like fucking like puts these bones together that are all goopy and covered in fucking like viscera, and he just like starts shooting bone bullets with his fucking bone gun. It's like what the fuck. But yeah,
Whoa.
there's a lot of plugging into things organically in that movie too.
I'm gonna be a shill when it happens. I'll have USB. I'll be like, here are my 12 albums.
just like
The
just
link to my bank and
just straight to the chest, just fucking Agent Smith style. Just there you go.
more music here. Um,
Take my music. Just fucking
mhm.
wow. That's hilarious, man.
Honestly, it's my opinion that pop music hasn't been good since Weird Al stopped doing parodies and satires. I think it's yes, he retired, but I think he was also like, oh, I don't even want to touch that.
Yeah, I can kind of see how like Weird Al would have a hard time spinning wet ass pussy. But I mean, he could do it. If anybody could do it, he could do it. But I see why he wouldn't.
Wet ass towel. Uh, no.
Or it's just the same, but he's just like talking about his cat.
You know.
Man, all of his old school like claymation stuff and all the art that he used to have for his music videos in like the 80s through the 90s were some of my favorite stuff. Like that claymation artist that worked with him on his music videos also worked in the same music videos with like Michael Jackson and shit. So yeah, I feel like I draw a lot of inspiration from that stuff artistically too.
Yeah, I really like Pee Wee. Obviously, like um,
Obviously.
big fans of Devo and Oingo Boingo. The new Danny Elfman work is pretty cool.
Yeah,
He's
honestly, it was
he
super
must be really
trippy.
bored.
Yeah, and like going insane in isolation.
That's what it looks like.
It's what it looks like. I watched the videos, man. It looks like he's just losing it. And like it's coming out in the best way musically.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not a big fan of the insect song. I didn't like it that
Oh
much.
yeah.
Oingo Boingo track, and even still, today it's just okay in my opinion.
I feel like one of my favorite ones that tops the most for me is like Dead Man's Party. That album, especially, is just fucking all bangers. Best shit to play on Halloween, hands down.
Definitely. Very well produced album, and I
Hmm.
love how the tracks were mastered back then. I don't think they ever did a remaster. They
I don't
kept them.
think so. I think they reissued the same tracks from the original.
That's great.
Yeah.
Mm. I like Nasty Habits. I love that track.
Nasty habit.
Mhm. One of my favorite songs.
So
Also,
good.
that also sounds like the Simpsons theme song a bit.
I mean, it sounds like his like motif that became like the joke of Danny Elfman like was started with that track a little bit, and then it just bled its way into like fucking Simpsons and his tracks for what was it, Nightbreed, his
Hmm.
tracks for like yeah, it goes on, but like it that became like his motif for scoring films for a while. Batman has a little bit of it, but
Oh,
yeah,
definitely. Yeah, yeah, very like sort of frantic orchestra
orchestral. Yeah.
cinematic thing. Like he definitely nailed it. But at the same time, I gotta say there is a formula, right?
Hmm.
Like for Daft Punk to be like, oh yeah, Disney's gonna get Daft Punk to do it. It's like they did the formula too. They chose an orchestra. They chose like similar chords that you're gonna hear from Danny Elfman or Thomas Newman or like some of the biggest. It's like it's one thing to conduct an orchestra and write the song. It takes a lot of work to do it, but also the movie industry wants it to sound a certain way. Otherwise,
Hmm.
it's not going to feel cinematic. So it's also nice to get a treat, If you watch all this movies that Mark Mothersbaugh did the soundtrack for, you're going to hear one or two tracks that are like really fun to listen to,
Like
like
which
Devo.
films?
Um, he just did a new one. It was a computer animated film.
Cool. I
Um,
love computer animation. I've been trying to get into that myself. I just got my first draw pad, and now I got to figure out how to use it.
hmm.
So that's fun.
Oh man, he's done so many soundtracks. I wonder where I can get a list of all of them.
IMDb. Gotta love the internet. Young Google God.
No, oh, okay, IMDb. I think you're right. I hear that Devo is going to be playing it in Las Vegas in September.
What? I might have to go to Las Vegas in September. Fuck.
Have you ever seen Devo?
No, not live. I've been a huge fan of Devo since I was a kid. Ever since I heard Uncontrollable Urge, it was like game over.
Game over, man. Here's the
Game
movie,
over, man.
The Willoughbys.
The Willoughbys.
A computer animated film called The Willoughbys, and he did the soundtrack. He also, he did the Lego Movie, The Croods, Disenchantment, Monster Pets. He's doing the
Oh,
new Rugrats movie.
oh, holy shit! He does a lot of
He,
animated films.
yeah, he's done so much. Um, Hotel Transylvania.
Hmm.
He he did the music for the Catfish documentary,
The what? Oh, what?
the first Catfish documentary. Have you seen the TV show Catfish?
Oh, they did a documentary about the show.
The show started off as a documentary
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
because the creator had gotten catfished.
Oh my god, that's the backstory of Catfish. And
Mm-hmm.
so I made it my mission to make
So
sure nobody ever gets catfished again.
yeah, that's the show. Yeah, it's
That's
very
hilarious.
every episode's the same, but it's still fun to watch every once in a while.
Oh yeah, like my sister was like addicted to that show for a while. My favorite one was probably like the one with the crazy dude who's like made the black dude like break up with his whole family and like leave to Atlanta or something. And then he shows up. He's just like, "You could be my little chocolate kiss, babe." And he's just like, "Whoa, what?" And tries to like walk away. He's like, "Don't run from this." He's just like being extra aggressive about it. And they're like,
Oh,
"Well,
I got.
dude, you pretended to be a woman and like you seduced a man into like leaving his family and you came down here to meet him like you you might be gay, man." He's just like, "Well, you're on to something there." Like straight up. Like at first he tries to deny it. He's just like, "No, I'm not. I'm not gay." And then they explain everything to him and he's like, "Well, you got me there." This is like, oh man. Just let it go, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, if you're going to fall in love with someone that you only like text or chat with, then so be it. Like that's your own fault, kind of.
That's your choice. I mean, you can do what you want, but that is your choice.
But it's interesting to see how willing people are to find love. Like everyone wants it,
It
immediately.
don't. It seems like everybody's willing to do almost anything just for the chance at like falling in love with somebody,
Yeah,
be it anybody they find on the internet, regardless of whether they know them or if that's really that person or any of that shit.
I think that's kind of what my sensitive song is about. It's how I've noticed how all these people are way more romantic and excited about life than I am. Because I was always way more reserved. I
Mhm.
never fell head over heels for someone or like got a tattoo because I fell in love with someone. But I had
What?
friends, I knew a lot of people who were doing that stuff. And it never worked out. It was always a mistake.
Now I
And
got to
they
spend $300
know
for laser removal surgery.
it's beautiful, to watch young people fall in love and break up with their family to move somewhere. Like It's beautiful, but it's very destructive. And
Mhm.
I I judge those people pretty bad, like internally, and I write a song about it, like because who are you? Who am I? Who am I to like judge what is sacred in someone's heart, right? Like if Christianity works for someone and it gets them to be a better person, then who am I to say what's
Throw
bad?
rocks at
It's
there. Yeah,
good.
no.
Yeah.
Live and let live. I feel that, but like also I find myself being just as fucking critical and like not like angry, but a little bit bitter. Just a tiny bit bitter. I'm not gonna lie. Like it kind of sucks to see everybody fucking like falling head over heels and like having babies and having like families and stuff. And it's just like I make songs.
Yeah, and you like, dude, you gotta fucking clean up your shit. Like, get
Yeah.
it to figure it out. You can't do that. You shouldn't say that.
Facts.
That's not my place. But
Yeah.
I have these songs here.
I got
A
this
lot of
song
the
that's
songs
about
are
you
very much
specifically.
like you should have, you could have. Like, it's the maybe I was dumped, and now I'm like, you missed out. A lot of those songs are. That's what I write like that. I am
that's
bitter.
that's fair. That a
Yeah.
lot of really great songwriters are extremely bitter people. If you listen to the lyrics a little bit, like the effort it takes to go through the process of writing and editing a song about somebody who did something bad to you, like there's a lot of chances there for you to be like, oh, I shouldn't write this song, but then to just like do it. That's writing. That's music.
You just gotta write it, and everyone is looking at you in the room like, I know why you wrote that. I know exactly who you're talking about. But it's like, that's what we're talking about. If it was Fabulous Downey Brothers and we were talking about like a song like Bus, the lyrics are, how many people can you fit in a van? How many people can you fit in a truck? How many people can you fit in a bus? And then the chorus goes, too many people on the bus.
Very
You better
B-52s.
get off on the next stop. That's how it goes. So it's more fun to talk about those songs, I feel. But like that's a different interview, and we honestly we probably wouldn't be we would be trying to avoid the question. But all of these songs, they are about like what Sean has to go through or whatever. So there is a time and a place for it, and everyone writes for different reasons. Like to for I maybe have a song that like will ask you to dance. It's just like just dance and have a good time, and it's a dance group. So, but I feel like it's definitely more therapeutic to release a song about your feelings.
Hmm. And do you
Feels
ever
nice.
feel like? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Were you
go ahead.
finished? Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
I was gonna say, do you ever feel limited at all in the subject matter with which you can like actually talk about? And like, do you ever find yourself like censoring or wanting to censor yourself lyrically because of fear of like what other people might think or say about your lyrics because
definitely.
you wrote them? Okay.
I can't help
Like
but it. I mean, I don't know if you can tell right now that I gotta stop and think about. I
I
can't.
noticed.
I can't. Yeah, you just
Mm,
can't. I feel like I've made it this far, so I am censoring myself. Um, but that being said, like I really appreciate the music that doesn't censor. Like I really like how vulgar and horrible some of the Insane Clown Posse tracks are. I would never
mm.
write a song like that. I could never do that. So what they can get away with is so much like their work is far more vulgar and problematic than my stuff. My stuff's
Yeah.
really so I don't think about it that much. It's really just coming down to confidence. Like, what do I feel comfortable singing? Um, right. The subject of being bisexual is a touchy subject.
Hmm.
Um, I have only written about it once or twice. Um, But I feel like that's a fun topic because at any time it is brought up, I feel like it's another reminder that it's another thing that is kind of separate from being gay and straight.
Mhm.
So, um, yeah, I mean, I've dealt with those feelings too.
Okay. And how did you deal with those feelings personally?
I have a song called "I Want a Man" that kind of talk, talks about some of those feelings.
Talks about
It's
wanting
about
a man.
or about living in a predominantly binary world, you know, where it's
Mhm.
like sort of have to deal with the girls and the boys, and I don't have much experience um, dating like non-binary people or other bisexuals. It seems predominantly that I date binary people who are either gay or straight, and I don't know. I don't. It just doesn't. I don't know. Ideally, it would be someone who's in between.
Hmm.
But I
A
feel
little
like
bit of both.
for me to figure that out now, it's like I'm pushing 40, and you know these are. Thank you for being like a therapist right now. But it's like
Dude, I
that's
appreciate you opening up and talking about it. Like it's a topic that most people fucking shy away from. I'm not fucking shy about it. Like if you're comfortable talking about it, I'm ready to listen cuz like people don't talk about the bi binary or the binary itself in the place that like being bi exists in at all really. So I think it's great. It's great that you're fucking talking about it. Appreciate that.
yeah, and there are definitely I've noticed some of the memes you've shared about bisexuality, which is really cool. Like
Cool.
I knew it would be a topic you could maybe talk about.
It's a little touchy, but yeah, no, I'm down to listen.
That's cool. Yeah, like I went to a meeting once about it, and it was a lot of people who were facing some of the same struggles. There has been some science behind it, but people who claim to be bisexual, there's more chances that you're going to get complicated relationships, unfulfilled marriages, or like depression, anxiety, those kinds of things are found more likely. You also have like more creative people. Like there's a certain type of person who tends to be more bisexual, and
Hmm.
they do have struggles that are similar, that are unique to them. That isn't like a straight person. It's not like a gay person. It's like it's unique to them. And I did a little bit more research, and I found that possibly the Neptune, if you have Neptune in your chart,
Hmm.
that could have something to do with it. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's that's really all I can say about it because the end of that conversation is usually an open door.
Hmm.
It's like, yeah, we're our own thing too. It's like
That's
we're
great.
in the LBGT, like we're in there, we're bees.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I feel like people should get more credit in that regard. It should be talked about more, more expressed. You know.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, there's the whole polyamory thing, and bisexuals, you know, they don't have to be polyamorous. They can be monogamous, and that's a struggle too. Like I'm sure there are lots of bisexuals who feel a physical or emotional need to be with the um, opposite sex of the person who they're currently in a relationship, a monogamous relationship with. And if you say it like that, it sounds like you're just a jerk who can't stay in a monogamous relationship. So those are the reasons why those things don't get talked about. You're automatically going to be seen as greedy. Like all those stereotypes of being a bisexual are all part of the struggle, I think. So it's interesting to talk about. Thanks for letting me vent a bit, and you know,
Of course, man. I'm here to listen.
big up to my fellow bisexuals. Yeah, we're
I
it's
actually,
Pride, so
yeah, yeah,
it's
it is. I forgot.
it's fun to talk about, but yeah, it's got its own thing too.
Mm.
Sure.
And like, what do you feel like as a bisexual? You're not worse, but like some of the most prevalent
It's
struggles for you that you've had to overcome in that regard, if you feel comfortable talking about
honestly the biggest struggle I've had with it has been, again, I sound like such an asshole, but
it. No, you don't.
it's been my partners who haven't either a understood it, or they don't know how to deal with it, or they assume it's because I'm just a pervert, or they just make assumptions. They'll make assumptions, or yeah, they're often straight, so they just
Mm.
don't understand. A gay person, like a gay man, doesn't find the female body attractive. Some of them don't. Most of them love boobs, right? But you'll find they don't want to have sex with a woman. They want to have sex with a man. It's biological. It's emotional, and so when a straight person sees a gay person, it's like they have those same feelings. It goes vice versa.
Hmm.
If you're bi and either side is appealing, they both they both genders and non-binary people have great qualities, great reasons to date someone. You just try to. It's so corny to say, right? But you want to.
But you have to say it. Like that's the thing.
You're looking for the right personality, the right mix of personality that connects with you chemically. So gender is really not important, and that's the easiest way to put it, right? Gender is not
Hmm.
important. It's really about the personality, how they
Yeah.
look, how they dress, how they talk, how those kinds of things.
So, what would you
Um,
say like the defining difference between being bisexual and like pansexual would be?
that's a good question. I don't really know the answer to that. I know pan, right? I don't know.
I feel like they're to me. If I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes by saying this, they feel very similar.
Yeah, I can say that. I think it's like what you claim is what you can talk about. So
Mhm.
I've never said I'm pansexual, but if you look at like how I've been, then maybe I can be like, maybe I'm pansexual. That implies that you're monogamous and you're only going to like the person you're with.
Which is good. You should do that. You should at least like the person that you're going to be
Yeah,
with if you're going to be with them. Like it sucks to be in a relationship where you don't even like the person. Don't do that.
right. I think bisexuals have to make their own life. They have to make their own lifestyle choice. And they have
Hmm.
to be really honest with their partners, like completely honest. And just be like, these are my feelings. This is how I feel. This is like I'm attracted to you and I'm looking at you right now and I'm monogamous and you have to use those words and be clear, but it's like it sucks. I think if you make the right choice, you'll find a partner who will maybe let you be with both, or someone who will allow you to have those feelings from time to time, and you work with it, I guess. Um, and again, I'm single, so who am I giving this advice to? So
The world, man.
there's definitely something fun and great about being single. So I think that's underrated for
Hmm.
sure. Um,
The
and
freedom, you know.
yeah, the freedom and even having friends with benefits or someone that you want to fall in love with or tell them you love them, but you don't have to be in a committed relationship. Um, or I know people that like have been in long-term relationships, but they never got married, and instead they opened a mortgage.
Hmm.
Like I feel like those kinds of relationships, the more like alternative, we're gonna do it ourselves. We're gonna go buy our own book and
Hmm.
do like I'm really attracted to those kinds of relationships. Like don't
Yeah.
get me wrong, I love a heterosexual relationship. They get old together, they have kids and grandparents, they become grandparents. But like, only like what half of those are actually going to work out, and
Yeah,
like it's
statistically.
really, yeah. I mean, like I'm really interested in the alternative people that can make it work.
Oh man, yeah, that's what's up. It's always good to see when it works out.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I'm chilling. I was just popped my back. I have some pretty serious back issues.
Did you lift something or?
Yeah, no, I threw it out years ago and slipped a disc, so it's been like a recovery process for a number of years. I didn't know it was slipped, so I was just like, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm just gonna keep on going. And I did for a number of years, just like working and living and being like, man, my back hurts all the time. And not really like tuning in. I don't know why I'm like this, but I was just like, it's fine. My back just hurts. I just won't be super active or I'll just go through the pain. It's fine. Until it wasn't and I like couldn't get up. Like there were a couple times where like it was so bad that I literally couldn't get out of bed or like walk, so I had to like get people to help me to take me to the hospital, like call them on the phone to come into my room to like pick me up and take me to the hospital because my back just wouldn't move, and so I couldn't move my legs. It was like I couldn't lift my knees because they weren't connected to my hip or some shit, as an example of like a way to describe that. But yeah, that happened like once or twice and I got better, and I thought it had like fixed itself. I had a bunch of false starts with that, and it
No.
didn't fix itself. And so I was like, well, nothing's gonna fix itself. I have to go through PT. I have to put myself through physical therapy and actually do the stuff that I see online because I don't have money for a physical therapist. So like, I'm gonna look up my
YouTube.
injuries. Yeah, I'm just gonna look up my injuries specifically and see what tutorials people have for how people have fixed that specific injury, like lower back disc slip. Google and fucking yeah, I just like followed a bunch of different tutorials for like physical therapy because YouTube is God and YouTube has just tons of fucking resources from literal doctors' offices, like just with a camera in the doctor's office from
Yeah.
somebody who volunteered. And it's just like chiropractors and doctors being like, this is how you fix this. And so like it went from going and watching like chiropractors pop people's back into place and the stretches that they would make people do to being like, how do I apply that to me doing that to myself for myself? And so it was just like learning different stretches that like put stress in certain places on my back and doing them like excessively, but not too excessively so I don't over exacerbate the fucking muscles. And it was just like that for months until finally I was just like passed out asleep, like listening to binaural beats, like meditating, and it was like weird. I wasn't like fully asleep. I was like in limbo, kind of like asleep but not asleep. Like my eyes were closed, I was dreaming but I was aware. Yeah. And so like while that was happening, I was just like laying there and then my back just popped into place, like cracked loud enough for me to like hear and feel. And I like woke up while I was asleep and went like, and then blacked back out and like went right back to sleep. And fucking, I remember that specifically happening. And then waking up later, like, I think I fixed my back while I was asleep. Like, what the fuck? And I got up and it was like I could walk again. It was crazy. It was super crazy. Like, it was like
Really
the closest
by
thing to a
yourself.
spiritual experience.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did you use any medication?
I mean, like I smoke weed constantly, and like I had like decided that drinking and stuff like that was harmful to like my mental state for a while, and it wasn't helping me to do the stuff that I needed to do for physical therapy. So I like stopped drinking, stopped doing any of that. But I was like using THC rub like a motherfucker, just like putting it, slathering it all over my back and shit, so that like it would like relax the muscles to the point where it would correct itself, because that's a thing that the muscles in your back do. They're all like stretched tight and like have different connecting points in your spine and under your spine that like the actual muscle tissue attaches to. It's crazy looking at like the human anatomy and like how it all is put together. And once you like get a good clear picture of it, it's kind of like you can kind of like just like vibe with your body and feel like what your body needs because you know where the muscles and the bones are in your body. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
kind of
basically just me winging it.
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I brought it up because of, again, with the psychedelics, there people are using it as healing. So
Hmm.
they'll drop it and then they'll sit and lie down and the angels come and they heal your muscles and that's how it works. If you
That's pretty
can't
cool.
afford healthcare.
I mean, in my mind, I feel like I had like some vision or whatever of like a thing like touching my back, like a finger, like a glowing finger, like touching my back and like poking it, just like poking where the disc was slipped out. And in my mind, I feel like that's what pushed it in for some reason. I can't explain it, but like when I think about it, that's a memory that comes to mind. It's weird.
That's really cool. Yeah, I've had experiences like that as well.
Cool. Okay, cool. So I'm not the only one.
No, no, no. I mean, that's a common thing. I mean, that's what it's being used for now. It's therapy. It's physical therapy and emotional therapy and spiritual therapy, right? So,
Hmm. But yeah,
um,
I was also doing tons of psychedelics around that time. It was all part of the process, like rehabilitating my body and rehabilitating my mind and like getting to a place where I can be creative and healthy and somewhat mentally stable enough to be able to do all those things.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be mentally stable to do those things.
If you're
Because
juggling a lot of things, it helps to not be also a little bit insane, you know?
no, I mean that's definitely the ugly side of it. If you're showing signs of anxiety, if you're dealing with anxiety or schizophrenia, for example, anything like that, you do not want to be messing around with psychedelics, period.
Nah, it'll
Even
trigger you.
see, yeah, like that's ridiculous. I mean, alcohol too, everything. You shouldn't be doing anything.
Hmm.
Here's your advice, Dr. Downey.
That's fair.
Did you want to hear another song?
Yes, please.
This one's called Pizza Guitar. I've never played it like this, and there's a lot of lyrics, so I might mess up. Here we go. Are you defeated? Are you just standing there? Are you sedated? Are you just standing there? It took a really long time to find out as I came across another account. You better pick it up sideways. Ah, 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 ah. I got a piece of candy cane. Whatever makes you feel the same. I can't remember where I came from. You better stick around to find out. There's a whole wide world to find out. Ah ha 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 ha. Are you frustrated? Are you a millionaire? Who's confiscated and taken everywhere? Oh, yeah, plenty of time to talk, but you just need to take a walk. You better climb back up the mountain. Oh, 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 oh. You can convince America. I kept a piece of coconut. It took a really long time to find out, and now I'm gonna do a fake out. I wanna take it on back to New York City State. Da, 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 da. I had enough of this feedback. You're gonna have to include that. I'm always waiting to shine through. Whatever confidence finds you, you better look in the mirror and see a little bit clearer. I'm always happy to guide you, but you will have to hide your food. You ate the pizza anyways. You couldn't keep it out of your face. I took a picture of the space where you played upon my misfortune, but I really just died of boredom. Ah, ah, Thank you.
Nice. Fucking love that.
That one's called Pizza Guitar. I'll be performing that one with the 5-piece rock band. It'll sound pretty cool live, I think, with a full rock band.
I mean, I
It's
think it sounded pretty cool live.
thanks. The acoustic version.
Yeah. Honestly,
Uh,
I'm digging the rare cuts, man. Thank you so much. This is like extra rare.
yeah, I hope they come out okay. I did a little bit of rehearsal.
I can
Um,
tell. They've all sounded really good, honestly, on the stream. The audio's coming through perfectly. I can hear everything. Like,
Sweet.
it's funny. You'll be playing and then it'll freeze on frames of you playing while the audio's still good. So, like, it looks really funny and super cool, just so you know. It's like it's already doing the editing thing that you like to do with a lot of
Yeah,
your videos. I
the
love
birds
that.
get frozen in the sky. That's what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. Too many birds.
I really like the Pizza Guitar song because um it kind of it sums up all the feelings I was going through during pandemic, sort of.
Hmm.
Um, and it definitely deals with eating food and like pizza. Like pizza's my number one.
Hmm.
Cheeseburger, pizza. So it's surprising that we don't have more songs about this stuff. Um, I like candy. And I also talk about how other people are so quick to kind of follow the crowd. Maybe I'm also like a victim of that. Like I'm definitely like I got into cryptos and NFTs the same time that everyone else was getting into them, and I I like Beatles. I love Paul, John, and Ringo.
Nobody remembers Ringo Starr.
It was really about George.
Oh man, I fucking love that bit.
Right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Classic.
Classic.
There's not much else to that song. It's just the punk song.
It comes across well, man. It's very concise, straight to the point, even though like you're using a little bit of a metaphor as for what you're talking about. It feels like.
Yeah, it's a pizza guitar. Also, it was like a Hives song. I really like the Hives.
Oh man, I love the Hives too.
Yeah, the Hives, the Vines, Interpol, the Strokes. That was maybe the last group of great rock bands. I think was during that era.
Hmm.
I was like, we were getting over the grunge rock thing, and now these people with all their downstrokes, all those fucking downstrokes.
And the angst.
Yeah, and a lot of those bands are still operating, which is great too. So I
Yeah.
remember the Darkness. That was like a rock revival movement. They're still kind of
Oh
doing.
my god. I actually did security for those guys. They're really cool people.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
I
so
got to
awesome.
actually see fucking what was it? I believe in a thing called love. I got to see that live and it was fucking amazing.
Oh, I bet that was great.
It was so good. Everybody in the whole fucking crowd sang along because everybody there knew every single word. So it's just like a moment. It was a moment, you know?
That's pretty cool. That must have been a fun job. Yeah.
It was hard because I mean, like I was the law. I was the law in the club. So like
Yeah,
there was a
you were
lot
the
of having to
Matrix, right?
the what?
The Matrix for sure. I always see the
Yeah,
Matrix in operation when it's like the police or security or they're the ones that are upholding the rules. And I have a funny story. You ready to
go
hear
for it.
my story? I went to Hawaii thinking I could just go there for fun. You
Mm.
can't go there during a pandemic.
Ah,
They sent me back. They sent me back
holy shit.
because the COVID test that I took um, wasn't on their list of approved COVID uh, tests. Simple story. It's
Awesome.
happened to many people before, but I have it now. It's my story. Um, it's great because I was making eyes with all these people. They were all operating on the Matrix. I was like, I don't have COVID. This paper here says I don't have it. It was done
I
at a
did the test.
yeah, but they're all like, we're the Matrix.
Denied.
This it's jail, or it's you gotta fly home. So,
They were gonna put you in jail or fly home.
um, if I didn't comply, yeah, I mean that's the
Oh
Matrix, right?
wow.
If you don't comply, you will go to jail. Like
True.
that's the Matrix. And we rely on it to stay. If it breaks down, it's just gonna be, crazy, right? So
Right. So crazy, right?
right. One dynamic change. Everyone has to just change their perception like a little millimeter, and then we forgot that we had the rules.
Just change
And you can
10 to a
you
1.
slip through. Just let me enjoy some sun. Nope.
Yeah. It's
That's my funny story. It's
a good
true.
story. I'm sorry that happened. Like, COVID's been so fucking hard on everybody. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. Before the interview, it fucked up my whole mood. I'm not gonna lie. I watched that new Bo
No,
Burnham special because, like, I thought it was just gonna be kind of funny. I thought it was gonna be funny, and like, I ended up
what it could be.
crying. It's so sad, dude. Like,
No,
dude, the new Bo Burnham special is not. It's a comedy for sure, but like, it. It's called Inside, and it's
uh,
about him filming himself making a whole comedy special by himself for a year, and like it's like exactly what it is to be an artist. I feel like it personifies pretty much all the feelings involved with like being isolated, being an artist, feeling like you need to like produce content, or like being obligated as an artist to have to do what you
right. I wish
do.
no one would have that feeling.
Right, like the pressure, it's
No one's
just
obligated to do anything if you're an artist. I don't
no.
know why.
But it becomes like this unspoken thing once you have like a body of work or anything. I feel like that, like, you are it's heavily implied that you are going to do more. You're going to make more, and that
Right.
can become like its own like pressure, you know.
Hmm.
But yeah, he
Yeah.
expresses
If
that
you're pressured at
perfectly.
that point, you should just not do it.
Yeah, take a
Yeah. I mean,
break.
yeah, like literally, there are billions of other people who are working on art, and I like that's another topic, a fun topic to discuss because I actually
Taking a
do
break.
just people asking me advice about how to release or how to get past the fact that no one cares about your work.
Oh my
And
god, ow. Ugh.
it's it's a lot of people are dealing with that, and they're expressive about it publicly.
Yeah,
They're
I'm one of those people.
they're upset that other people are getting the spotlight, or like, why does everyone care about these few bands, but I've been in the music scene 7 years, and no one asked me to play or give me an interview or talk about my new album. It's like there's that happens to everyone else who doesn't get the story, who doesn't get the gig.
Mhm.
So you have to deal with those feelings. It's gonna feel clicky. It's gonna feel like only you're the one who's listening. It's gonna feel like it's bad. No one cares. Maybe you're adding to the noise. So I combated that by doing the opposite, by releasing as much as I could that was like different. And I was using the opportunity to pick up new skills, right? Pandemic time. So I picked up a lot of Blender, and I edit video, and so I think it's really important as an artist to switch it up. You just release as much as you can when you feel like it. And if music sounds dry right now, then do something else, paint, or because it doesn't feel dry to color if no one's involved with when you're creating, it's great, right? It's only when you're releasing that's when it becomes like, how are you going to do it? So
Mhm.
Bandcamp, Spotify, like make a CD. The real
Hand
challenge
out your
is
demo.
selling the tickets. That's the challenge. Because that's really what it comes down to, right? People want money, so sex, money, drugs. Like if you can sell your tickets and get people at the show having a good time, then you're more than likely to get successful in this business. But if you look at success as a ways of coming to an artistic fulfillment, then your standards are different.
Hmm. A little bit of a trap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I like to limit myself when it comes to like the instruments I use or the kind of music I'm gonna make. I like to genre hop, but I really do stick to just a few genres.
And what are your stick to genres that you find yourself staying in the
Yeah,
most?
like electronic, pop, rock, and then I've done sample based music, which is like vaporwave. I put out that vaporwave album, which is fun to talk about because it's my most played album on Spotify and Bandcamp
Hmm.
because people liked it and it sounded like other vaporwave music, so it was fun to throw in a playlist. And playlists, those kinds of things will help your music. So like that's just maybe something someone can think about if they're trying to extend their plays or whatever. But it's fun because it happened organically. I didn't
Hmm.
ask anyone to share my album. I just released it and it started to get it added to all these playlists. And then I got these funny comments on YouTube, people saying, I wonder where this person sampled this music, or I wonder how the original recording artist felt when they were in the studio. They all assumed that the music was from an old time and that it was sampled.
But
And
it was you.
the track I'm talking about was completely original. Yeah. So
Fuck
that's kind
yeah.
of a funny thing to talk about. Like, I made it sound like it was being sampled and an old, like it was old.
That means
So I
it's
got
good, man. You got people mad about you copyright infringing yourself.
it.
I wonder how the original artist feels. Little do they know. I feel pretty good about it.
I think it's like a female singer, and that it's maybe from the UK or something.
Hmm.
It's funny what they come up with. The other tracks on that album were samples. I
Hold on one
sampled.
second, man. We got somebody at the door. Sorry. Awesome.
I wondered if he ordered a pizza. So this next song is called Superstar. It's kind of like my Pixies song, but it's not going to sound like the Pixies when I play it with this guitar. This is called a
Son of a bitch.
Cordoba. It's a miniature kind of folk style acoustic guitar,
Got
and
my
I
hot sauce
got
on my
mine
Janis
at
Joplin
Guitar
album.
Center. This was the last one they had in Tukwila, and it was very affordable. It's only like it was like $140, brand new, which is pretty affordable for a guitar, if you're asking me.
Yeah,
But
no, that's a great price.
Guitar Center has used acoustics. They had a Yamaha that was 89 bucks. Looked great, played fine. That's pretty cheap.
Yeah, honestly, usually they range between like 300, 500, anywhere up. You can get fucking all the way up into the ridiculous price range with guitars, man.
Oh
Especially
yeah.
acoustic, just like $15,000 guitars and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I like
Out of my
consoles.
price range.
What's your favorite console?
Ooh, that's a good fucking question, man. I had a lot of fun with Sega. I'm not even gonna lie. Like when I was really young, I remember having the best time with a Sega fucking handheld Game Gear. Just
Ooh, Game Gear.
secretly, yeah, like secret. It was like one of the first handheld game systems to have like a backlit illuminated screen. So like you could like lie to your parents and say you're asleep, and then just play your illuminated screen game under the covers. Mostly Sonic, but also like Power Rangers and fucking like what else
Yeah.
was there that was super slapping on Game Gear? I feel like the Ren and Stimpy, but that might have been Game Boy. Ren and Stimpy was fun on Game Boy for sure. But
Nice.
PlayStation 2 was really one of my tops as well because it just had all the fucking hits. Just PlayStation 2 era games were all bangers. It's hard to find
Yeah.
one that was just like unredeemable, especially looking back now. Like every single one, it has like this tint of nostalgia over it. So it's hard to find any PS2 game that I'm like, fuck that game now.
I'm
You know?
always excited to play a PS2 game that I haven't played.
Yep. Like all the
Just
weird obscuro, like fresh off PlayStation indie games that got ported over to PlayStation 2 that nobody's ever heard of. There's only like 100 copies of and shit. Like there was tons of games like that. And I
hmm
feel like that was a really cool place to be gaming wise and artistically. Like it gave way to like the advent of a lot more creative games that like wouldn't have otherwise existed because you would have needed a huge budget or like a big name company to make it. And like a lot of the big name companies now were those guys that were fucking doing it then, starting it up, trying out new games, trying out
Yeah, they're
like
still
new ways.
yeah.
I think BioWare started out with BioFreaks, like that was like one of their first, if I'm not mistaken.
hmm
And yeah, it was just like a fighting game with like crazy mutants, and you just like rip each other apart like fucking Mortal Kombat. But yeah, you know, you don't see games like BioFreaks anymore.
Mm-mm. But
No,
Mortal Kombat is still coming out with new games and movies.
true. They're just making just content all
Yeah.
day. But I'm eating
Um.
it up, so like I'm just talking shit at the same time
oh,
as buying the product. Best of both
Can I,
worlds.
can I play a song?
Yeah, go for it.
Um. This is called Superstar. I already when you were getting what was that? Who was at the door?
Oh, it was my dad's family friend. He's staying with us at the family house right now. He was offering me a sandwich, and I accepted. It
What kind of sandwich?
was like a sub sandwich from Jersey Mike's, so I'm gonna
Okay.
smash that after this interview. But I'm
You
chilling. I'm
sure?
actually not like starving or nothing. We're cool. I just wanted to fucking like get back to the interview so we could fucking do the deal, man. I'm having a good time personally. This is like one of my favorite interviews so far. Having a great time, just chit
Oh, I'm
chatting.
glad you're having a good time.
Yeah,
I would
I hope
like
you are
to
too.
maybe play more song. I'll play one more song and then I won't do any more music. I'll just chat.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm happy with
Um,
the songs. This is fun.
Great. I'm interested to hear how this one's going to sound. I've never played it this way, obviously, except I. It's been a while since I've rehearsed it. It's called Superstar. Superstar. You can have anything that you want. So far, it's obviously something that you lost. That's not encouraging, and still you have a job. I've got some work for you that's sitting in my car. Just let me get back to you. I'm hearing what you said, singing two steps ahead. I don't know what you are, but you're a superstar. You know you never know until you hit the road. I know you're so unique, someone who's in between. You can say anything that you want. That doesn't mean anything if it's something you forgot. superstar. You know you never know until you hit the road. I know you're so unique, someone who's in between. Thank you.
Man, I love that. That was fucking really good. Really good. And the subject matter, I can't help but fucking notice that that's like literally what you were just talking about earlier. And it seems like to me that you were talking about in the lyrics the same thing that you addressed earlier in terms of wanting somebody maybe who's like, well, maybe a little both, or like, you know, so unique, superstar. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe.
Cool, cool.
Maybe you're right on the
Maybe's
head.
good. Maybe's good. I like maybe.
I don't like to be figured out, but I think you figured some of it out.
That's cool, man. I'm along for the ride. I'm enjoying it. That honestly was one of my other favorite tracks off of the album too.
Superstar, yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It's the only song on the track that has real drums, and the other ones are all like Logic drums, like
Hmm.
auto sampled drums. You know, drums are pretty important to rock music. And do you play bass? Or
Yeah.
nice. Do you play
Yeah. I've been
synth?
playing. That was like one of my first ones that I ever picked up was bass,
Did you
and
play
I
any?
play keys. So yeah, I can play synth all day.
Were you in a band? Are you in a band?
Yeah. When I was not currently, I'm like basically, I'm in a band, but it's just me right now. One
Yeah.
of them was Gutter Slut from years ago. It was like an OG punk band. Yeah, and it's just me and my friends like making really brash, angry thrash metal, like hardcore crust punk
Yeah.
esque.
That sounds
And
cool.
yeah,
That's
no,
fun.
it was a good time. It was a good time. Super angry, very loud, very expressive. Like we played a couple shows and like we got some notoriety, but like all of us were too much of druggy burnout, skivvy stoners to fucking follow through. Like people wanted to hit us up for like radio shows and shit. And we just like didn't answer. Yeah, and so like
Yeah,
we didn't
so
play anymore, and the band fell apart.
do it.
Huh?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, it's better. Like saying no to shows is like hard to do. Some back, before pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
getting overbooked in Seattle is never fun.
No, no, that's how you end up not sleeping at all, and just like going from show to show and like getting in between barely, just a
And
little bit of
ignoring
sleep.
blackout dates.
Yep. Just completely ignoring those.
I like the people who have to go to another show to play in another band. Those people are great.
Yeah. It's like, oh fuck, we hurry this setup, dude? Because I gotta be across town at my
Yeah,
other show with my other band and play
yeah.
drums.
We have to play first. I'm sorry. But my drummer's got to get to the Two Bit Saloon in Ballard.
Yeah, and we've got a 3 hour drive to get there. Like 2 hour drive.
Right.
So wrap it up.
Sorry, just communication, with your musicians. Everyone wants to book on the same day.
Why can't we all have you all play at the same time? We can't book you all for 1 o'clock? That's not a thing. It's like,
Maybe
no, dude.
you should do a festival.
Just band versus band, speaker versus speaker to the death.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
battle royale.
instead of musicians, you can have talkers or influencers.
Oh god, Logan Paul for sure.
Oh yeah, he'll
He's
come on the
he-
show.
he's on the bill. He's our headliner. Sponsored by G Fuel. Yeah. Oh man, that would be fucking so surreal if I could get somebody like that to be on the show. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, a philosopher or something, or
That would be
someone who's
good.
a scientist.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I'm
that's
actually looking to branch out. No, I'm looking to branch out. I'm like trying to like at first I was thinking like just musicians, and now I'm like, the more I'm thinking about it, it's like, what I mean, artists. Period. I could have any kind of artist on here and talk about whatever they do. It'd be cool to
Artist
like,
period. Yeah.
yeah, just like expose a little bit of different mediums and artists who plug into those mediums and express themselves through their specific medium, like painting or fucking like music, or like some people are into like biological anatomy, and that's like an art form to them, the way that they like study chemicals and their effects on bodies and stuff. Like, I don't know, art is like perceptive, or it's a, what is it, it's a, art is conceptual for one, but it's also specific to the person. So like, what is considered art is up for debate depending on who you do or don't talk to, you know what I mean? So if you have a loose sense of what art can or can't be, then I feel like that is a lot more perceptive of a place to be in terms of learning from art and artists.
Well put.
Yeah, I was winging it. I really thought I was gonna lose it there for a second. So like, thank you.
The right person's gonna be like, ah, I should be on that show then.
Cool. Fuck yeah. I mean, like, if they got the nuts to ask, I'll talk to them at least. I'm not gonna be a dick about it. It's not like
I
I'm
mean,
fucking Johnny Carson over here.
there is something you might find interesting, and it's another plug I'm doing. I have this Facebook group called Sean Downey Edits. So how
Mm-hmm.
it works is you can post a photo, any photo you'd like from your phone or from your computer, and I take it into Photoshop or I put it in Blender or I do something with it to give it sort of my signature warp or something. An edit.
Mm-hmm.
I call it edit. So um, that's a free thing I do. Sometimes I'm stacked with photos or edits I have to get around to doing. Other times I haven't done an edit in like over a month.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be on that shit later tonight.
Yeah, yeah, I want everyone to know about it. I've been doing it for a long time. I have maybe around 1,000 users, and it's just Facebook. You know, Facebook is safe. The cool thing about Facebook is all the groups. That's why
Yeah,
I
that's like
use
its
it.
real shining space is the groups.
So, I mean, it's fun. It's called Sean Downey Edits. Post a photo. Thanks, everyone.
Trying to pull it up right now so I can slam it in the chat for everybody listening. There's actually like a
You
couple
can take a
people watching right
freeze
now.
frame. People use it to promote their stuff too, which is cool. They can just post a photo of like their new album or something.
Okay. I think I found it. Yeah, I found it.
It's
I'm gonna
also a
post
place
a
to
link.
go to show off what I'm editing. So sometimes I'll be editing a music video for another band, and I'll just show off a little bit of the timeline, or that's where I'll go to share it.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I got it in the chat so people can find it and join your group.
Yeah, I think it's fun and unique because I know like everyone else is just going to blast whatever it is they do, right? If you
Mm-hmm.
have a new album or a new movie you want to do, YouTube, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, Facebook, all of them, you got to get them all so that you can get it
Gotta
out
catch them all.
an indie an indie producer and distributor. If you're not going to get picked up by a major label, who's going to do that for you? But I'm hearing a lot right now, and it could be just me and my friends that, like, you know, labels aren't really interested in signing new bands during a pandemic. If you can't tour, or, you know, if everyone's releasing material now because pandemic allowed you to write so many songs, so now everywhere you
Don't blow
go,
your whole load right now, man. You gotta save some for the later, you know? If you wrote 100 songs, don't put out 100 songs. Put out 10 songs and you've got fucking 10 albums saved up for the next 2 years. Like, just my
I'm
take
sure
on that.
people got to do that, you know,
Yeah.
because that's kind of what I did. I started, I finished all my songs, and then I set them to release like all the way through September. So they're
Oh,
coming
okay.
out on Spotify and Bandcamp, and I'm trying my best to make videos for them when they come out. And a lot
Hmm.
of the time I'm too busy and they just come out and there's no video. So I I'm kind of falling on top of myself at this point.
That happens. I mean, like, you sometimes just get stacked. You don't realize how many different projects or things that are involved with even just like making a song, and then you make like 10 songs and it's like, oh wait, now I gotta make 10 videos now, or like 4 videos for the 5 of the songs, and fucking I gotta release those in conjunction with the songs, and I gotta
Mhm.
have them mixed differently for the video audio, or you know
Yeah,
you
and
know
great too. Like it's fun because people got extra money from the IRS or unemployment. So it's you should be giving that money towards other artists who are looking
Hmm.
for, to expand their skills and their connections with other artists, right?
Hmm.
So they're out there for sure. And so I've been trying to do that as much as I can, especially with people who are not in the country. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm checking the chat, sorry. Your
No,
brother's talking shit. Your brother's talking shit in the chat.
I don't know if we should talk about this.
Oh, it's cool. He's just like saying. I'm pretty sure he's just saying that that's his room.
We said that, Liam. I said right off the bat, I said I didn't do any of this.
He did. It's okay. We know.
This is all Liam. Everything I do, I've plagiarized from Liam. Just so we're clear
I'm
on
glad
that.
you can admit that.
He has more ideas, better ideas. So I just take what what Liam does, and he doesn't care. He lets me
Cool.
steal from him. That's what we do.
That's family. That's family.
Yeah, but we are excited. I guess I can sort of talk about it, but there is the Fabulous Downey Brothers will be playing a live show sometime in September in Seattle. That's all I'm going to say.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
yeah, it'll be great. Yeah, I'm excited to try some new songs. We're working on a double album. It's a virtual reality album, and we're gonna have Fred Schneider on it and Sean.
100 songs.
We're gonna have a lot of different sounding songs, but it's gonna also be like your typical Fabulous Downey Brothers music. If you listen to us, we're very ethereal. Sometimes we're soft and angelic, and other times we're abrasive and fast paced. And I think it's going to be exciting sonically. There are also just some simple songs that we wrote just because we felt like there's a lot of B-sides. This album is taking too much time to make.
Sometimes that happens, man. You get caught in the studio and then it fucking just like ends up taking forever to get through it, you know?
Hmm.
But
I'm
that's
so
like the
glad I can't see whatever Liam is typing in Twitch. I don't even want to know.
100 songs was the last thing he said. and and VR sucks.
I won't say how many tracks are on the album, but it's a double album, and yeah, it's going to be like Pink Floyd's Wall, Melancholy, Infinite Sadness, every great double album that ELO put out.
It's gonna be
It's going to
like
be
looking into God's eyes.
like.
On par with your first act orgasm. That's how good it's gonna be.
That'd be great.
That'd be so good.
Yeah, I'm glad I get to talk about it because I don't know if it'll ever come out, but it's something that I've been putting so much time into, and I don't tell anyone, you know. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
man.
I put a lot of work into
I mean,
other
you're
people.
telling me now, so like, you know.
Like I like doing a music video for Taco Cat. That was fun to do,
You did a
and
video for Taco Cat?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking cool, dude! I had no idea.
Yeah, I do like that's another thing I do when I'm not doing music and videos. I'm doing music videos.
So it's like
Front
both of them
man.
together, but it's different though.
I'm also a gymnastics teacher part time. So I feel
That's
like,
fucking cool.
I do get paid a little bit for those gigs, but they're mostly passion projects. I like the bands that I work with, and usually, I am kind of like I do have to like the song to do a
Hmm.
video. So not all the videos I've made for bands have been accepted. Some of the bands have rejected them, and
Oh.
so that's pretty cool. And then I like how people can take footage from video games and make music videos with those. I'm really into Dreams on the PS4, which is
Oh
basically
man.
just indie gaming, basically. But a lot of
Hmm.
people are using it for album releasing and music video making too.
Oh wow, I had no idea. That's fucking cool.
Hmm. Yeah, I
I just heard
haven't
about all the indie
tracks.
games. One more time.
I made a few tracks in there.
Oh, cool. So you have to have dreams to listen to it, right? You have to like be on the server.
Right, or what I do is like you can go in there and use the tools to make music or a video, and then you simply capture it with the PlayStation because it allows you to
Mm.
capture video. So
Okay, yeah. I
once
just
you
run
have
mine
that,
through my graphics.
yeah, once you have the file, you can make a WAV file and release it on Spotify or put it on YouTube.
That's cool, man. That's cool that you're always like. It seems like you're always reaching into new, innovative platforms and ways to like express your music or express your art in your own way. And I just wanted to say that I think that's really cool because yeah, you're. It seems like you're fucking with a little bit of everything, like 3D animation, video editing, music, uh, like live touring. You're doing a basically a virtual chat with me right now. Like
Right,
it's
I like
cool.
talking. I'm good at talking form, but
Yeah.
I have done some talking. Like I think I mentioned to you, there's a show called Your Daily Hour with Me. It's an
Hmm.
Olympia guy named Kenny. He does an hour a day every day. I don't know what year we're in. I'm pretty sure he's gone past 10 years. Um, so that's like the talking I've done. I have some talking episodes where I'm just hanging out there. You'd probably love to be on the show. You could
Oh yeah,
maybe,
I stayed tuned after you sent me the link for like that
yeah.
whole day. I just let it run.
So I was there at the beginning of that show. That was like I went to the Evergreen State College in Olympia and made some friends. That's where we started the band, and that's where I pick up picked up skills to make music videos. I was making music videos for the Olympia bands, and then now I'm in Seattle.
And how are you liking it, man?
I like it. I like it. I like other states and cities too. So
Hmm.
Seattle's beautiful. It's got a wonderful climate, nice places to kayak.
Hmm.
Uh, the
Hit
scene
the
is very
kayaks.
I feel like I feel like the Seattle music scene is awesome because there is enough people to have circles and social groups that are so diverse that you can go out to a club and see a band and not know anyone. Like that can still happen. I don't know. Maybe I
Hmm.
don't have friends, but I like the
Yeah,
Seattle music scene because of all the bands. Like there's just so many bands. And it's funny because we tend to stick around to the same with the same bands. Like you just sort of vibe with certain people and individuals, and that's just how it goes.
like a
Uh,
cult.
It just happens automatically. Like it would if we had a manager, I'm sure there would be more strategy in how we book shows, but we just kind of play with our friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. We like doing that. But yeah, we see a lot of the same faces usually. But it's fun to go to a show where you're like, I don't know any of these bands, and that's exciting. You can still do that,
Where do you
right?
like to go to shows most? Like when there were venues, what was like your favorite go to venue?
I remember, Cafe Racer was a thing, and they moved, which is going to be awesome. But definitely like Victory Lounge, Lo-Fi,
Nice,
and then the one in
good
the middle,
choice.
that's Blackout Room. What was that called? Forgot the name
Cap,
of the venue.
was it Captain Black's? No,
In
that's the
between
pirate bar.
Victory Lounge and the Lo-Fi.
I don't remember.
Um,
Fuck. It's
like
been a while, man. I haven't left my house in over a year, so the isolation's affected my memory. I'm not gonna lie.
no, you're right. The last show I was at was New
Black
Modes.
Lodge. Black Lodge is what
Black
your bro is
Lodge.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Liam.
Yeah,
I was like,
killed it. Came in
Blackout Room?
clutch. Thanks for saving it. None of us can remember anything.
I saw Brent Amaker in the radio, and big shout out to Brent Amaker and the rodeo. He kept me going through the pandemic where like everyone shut off, and stayed inside. But Brent, he was like, no, I got some new stuff coming out. I need music videos. So he kept me hired basically. Like Brent's awesome. And he
Hell yeah,
means,
man.
he's got a great track record and his songwriting's awesome. So thanks, Brent.
What style is he? Is he like country?
Yeah, he's like alternative country. He talks
Nice.
pretty low. He sings pretty low, and it's also like 80s new wave music.
A little Orville Peck vibe.
Yeah.
That's cool. I think
Yeah,
he just
he's
put out a new
awesome.
album too.
So Brent Amaker, check out Brent Amaker and the rodeo.
Fuck yeah, Brent Omkern and the Rodeo.
Um but yeah, I mean there's like I could go on and on about Seattle bands, but I feel like I would be inclusive if I started naming all my favorite Seattle bands.
Do it.
But I love them. I can't.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm not gonna pressure you into doing anything you don't want to do.
I love them all. They're all beautiful bands.
Everyone is good and equal.
but
I have no opinion on this. Oh
I
man.
can definitely be selfish enough to be like, I like the projects that I'm working on. Like, I know this guy Cameron Parker who asked me to master his album, and it
Mhm.
was all about Disneyland. So that's like, I get excited to talk about that. It's a great
Okay.
album. Mastering process was really fun, and I love that guy. I've been Facebook and internet friends with him for a while. Like I love making internet friends. I was doing YouTube, 20 years ago or something, and I cared a lot more about people commenting on my videos and stuff, and I would reach out to them, and I solidified a lot of friendships back then. And nowadays, it's like I'm still friends with some of them, and we're collaborating now, and it's great. The internet's been awesome for me. I think.
It is quite the most beautiful and terrifying place I've ever seen.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. I
oh,
scammed maybe once or twice. I don't know.
oh man, those scammers, they'll fucking get you. They'll get you if you're not careful.
If you're young and you don't know how the world works, you can make some mistakes.
Oh yeah, man. It's like a blessing and a curse now that like it's just like so heavy in every fucking digital format that fucking bots try to just harp on you with the same exact line that it becomes very easily noticeable that like, oh, that's a fucking bot. That guy is saying the same thing as that other guy that sent a
Yeah.
message. These are bots, and they're trying to get me. No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
give me this.
No, no, no. You fucking sneaky bitches. Stay away from
Yeah.
my finances.
And I want to think I'm smart. I want to think
Yeah.
no one can get me, but nope.
You want to hear the smartest fucking scam? The smartest scam that ever fucking got me?
Oh yeah.
I tried to fucking look up customer service for Google on Google. I looked up customer service for Google on Google, and the first
Okay.
number that came up, I called the number because it was the first number that came up on Google for Google customer service. And I called the number to try to get a situation with my Google taken care of, and my Google account, I think it was my Gmail or something. So I assumed they were attached because it's through Google. And so I called it, and it
What?
was straight up like an Indian telecom service answering service. And I fell for it because I was like, well, I mean, every company's outsourcing. So, like, it's viable that the fucking people are fucking in India answering phone calls for Google. I mean, it's Google. Fucking, why not? Sure. And fucking, so, like, I ended up talking him through. And eventually he just, like,
No.
planted a fucking program from the fucking link that they sent me through Google, and fucking it just was a complete terminal takeover. I had to yank the plug so he fucking couldn't fucking like continue to hack my shit. I straight up had to like yank and nuke the computer so
Oh,
that
he
fucking
got hold of
he
your
couldn't
stuff
further
forever.
hack me. Yeah. And change all of my information. I had to change my bank account, and I had to change my fucking
No.
like yeah, he didn't get my fucking social security luckily, but he got fucking everything else and like drained my account to fucking buy cryptocurrency. And that's how I got into cryptocurrency. He
Oh, that's
stole all my
horrible.
money to buy Bitcoin, and that's seriously how I started getting considered. I started considering Bitcoin straight up.
Mhm. That's
Yep,
that's hard.
bittersweet.
I have one funny kind of story of a guy that called my grandma and pretended to be me. And he said that I was in jail. You know, it's like, I'm in jail and I need some bail. That was the scam.
Wow.
So this person knew how to call my grandma, knew what to call her. And that's scary, you know.
What the
So of
fuck?
course they called me immediately and they're like, Sean, are you in jail? Like, no, I'm at work. Like I was working.
I'm at 7-Eleven right now. Leave me alone.
So that was pretty interesting. Yeah, kind of scary.
That's
You
super
know,
scary.
someone out there knows a lot of information about me, and I'm like, I shred my stuff. I always keep track of my financial stuff, and you got to reset your passwords every once in a while. Make sure you log out of stuff. Like, um, so good
Oh
luck,
yeah,
everyone.
now I have like fucking because of all that shit and like just being hurt over and over again by reality. I just like cycle my passwords into new ones like almost bi-weekly now and just make up new ones like almost every week just to fucking
Yeah,
and you only have to remember it for a week and then just change it again and fucking that plus VPNs plus like cybersecurity on the computer already like all those things together creates a pretty decent okay cybersecurity mesh, you know. I'm still kind of uncomfortable with the concept of like VPNs and stuff. It's like give this company all your information so it can protect your information. Just give it to us, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
It's like what happens if you guys get hacked? Then I then I get hacked? Is that what you're saying?
That's interesting.
And you just don't get an answer after that. They stop answering your calls.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, cyber attacks is going to be. I mean, we're already in a cyber attack war, sort of, with the gas situation, right? So
Mhm.
count your money.
Count your money. Get
Make
physical.
sure your
Wait,
funds are.
no physical. Make sure your funds are non fungible.
Yeah, I don't know what's safe anymore. I think cash is arguably the safest thing.
Nothing is
Uh,
safe. Nothing is sacred.
yeah, because once
Blessings
it's
to
out
the
there
All
in the real
Father.
world, it can be stolen. But if it's
Yeah.
in a thing, it's safe.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Buy gold. Buy uranium, son. Double uranium. You gotta diversify your bonds, cuz.
Yeah, it's
Well,
gonna
shit.
blood is definitely a currency. So
Pretty
talk about that
soon,
one.
yeah, it'll just be blood for money, straight up. Just like you gotta pay 2 ounces of blood to get your fucking lunch. Just drains it straight out of your vein. You reach in to pay, it stabs you in the fucking wrist with like 2 hypodermic needles.
That's funny.
Dystopian as fuck.
I'm getting lightheaded. I have to take some deep breaths.
Oh, that's okay. Take some breath, man.
I can't talk about blood.
My bad. I didn't mean to freak you out with the stuff. My bad, dog.
No,
I
it's
thought you
cool.
liked horror movies.
Horror movies are awesome because like it's fake and I know it's a screen. I can see the pixels. But again, it's the ideas. If I sit and think about the horror movie for too long, I'll start to get like I used to
Well, I
faint
mean,
in church because of the Jesus in the blood.
because God.
We were worshiping this bloody body.
And it freaked me out.
No
I could
wonder.
see how that would be scary in
Yeah.
retrospect.
Um, let's see. I liked Midsummer. That director who did Hereditary. That's maybe my favorite modern horror is coming from that director right now. Uh,
Ari, Ari Aster.
I'm a huge Junji Ito fan, so
Ooh, nice.
anything he puts out, I'm gonna want to watch or read.
They're
Um,
supposed to be making a cartoon on Adult Swim of his first work with the Spiral. I've been real
he's
hyped on that.
that's going to be
Yeah,
exciting.
Uzumaki.
Did you read that? Did you watch
I
it?
I actually own Uzumaki. I haven't read it yet because I've been waiting for the right time. I'm weird. I have like a massive comic book and graphic novel collection, and I've built it up and itemized it in order of like reading and readability for some
Whoa.
reason. And yeah, I'm super weird. And fucking so like I buy comics at the same time as I'm reading through the list of the books that I have. So it's like a perpetual thing of there always being an empty space of books that I haven't read yet that I own that I'm working through to get through. I just finished all of the Sandman graphic novels, like the compendiums. I just finished all those, and Animal Man, and fucking I finished most of Doom Patrol, and I just started the first issue of Spawn. Fucking, I just copped American Gods.
I
So
can
like,
see you really liking Spawn.
honestly, like the story and the like writing isn't the best, but the art style is super iconic, and there's a lot of really cool fucking characters that are just like very unique that I haven't fucking seen a lot in a lot of other stuff, but also are familiar enough to like kind of fit that same slot for the character archetypals while also making like a satire out of it. It's pretty cool. Like fucking the guy who makes Spawn, he also makes a bunch of toys. McFarland. I think his name's not Seth MacFarlane. It's like
Oh,
something McFarland,
okay.
and I always get him confused with Seth MacFarlane because of the name. But
Because
yeah, he runs McFarlane Toys and fucking has he like is the epitome to me of like self-made success in art because he like started Spawn, he like drew and wrote for it and fucking like promoted it himself. And now he's like worked his way all the way up to now where they're trying to re-release Spawn as a new movie and he's got almost full creative control over it. So I'm excited to see what he does with that.
I don't know how I never got into Spawn.
It's crazy.
I
It's
haven't
it's
read
like
any
pretty
comics.
meatheady for a little bit, but like once you get into it, it starts not to be as much him about him crying about fucking selling his soul and like
What happened? Yeah, I think there was a video game, and I played the video game.
Oh man, that was a banger. That OG Spawn was fucking dope. You're talking about the one where you run around as him, like collecting souls and fighting like big fucking demons and shit, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
that was kind of a popular game.
A little bit. That and Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver was one of my favorites. Like similar
Yeah,
era of the same
that
time.
was good.
Hmm.
Nightmare Creatures.
Nice. Willy's
Tom.
Wonderland. Nightmare creatures are the shit, dog. That's like one of my favorite concepts. Oh yeah, plugging into that. One of the ones I just finished reading recently was Constantine too. Like I'm super into magic and occult and like demonology and like pseudo spiritualism, like psychology and trippy fucking like metaphors and metaphysical aspects being expressed artistically in comic books. It's always fun reading just like trippy shit. Like one of the trippiest ones I think I've seen recently was the one about Charles Xavier's son, Legion. Legion. That one's really good.
Legion.
Yeah. They made a show of it too. It's like kind of in the era of like Richard Linklater. I think Richard Linklater did make it. Yeah, no, he made the show for Legion. And he directed the first episode at least. I don't know if he directed all of them. But yeah, no, it's like one of the trippiest, coolest, visually striking, fucking introspective and musical shows I've ever seen. Like there's straight up musical breaks in the show where they have music videos and songs and shit.
And it's a superhero movie or TV
It's a
show.
superhero TV show and it's like kind of in the loosest sense of the word. It's more of like a just a show about mental health, and they use superhero powers as like a metaphor or conduit to talk about different people's mental instabilities or like whatever you would phrase that
That's
as.
cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he's got schizophrenia is the thing. So he's like super
Yeah.
powerful, but like also insane, and it's about how that could be a problem,
And who doesn't like Aubrey Plaza?
right?
That's
She plays
great.
like the boogeyman, so that was fun. That was a fun role for her.
Mm. Did you like Death Note?
Oh yeah, I didn't watch the whole series, but I watched up to where Light like takes out the police. He starts taking out the police force, and it seems like they're implying that he's gonna work up to his dad. And fucking, I stopped watching, and then I saw the
Oh.
live action Japanese movie, and that was it for me because it was just so fucking wild. The live action Japanese movie was nuts,
Mm-hmm. Sums it all up. Such a cool
pretty
story.
much. It really is. And like I like how they like balance the dichotomy and talk about like the rule of law and like where the line is and kind of like push the line about like crime and punishment while also like drawing the narrative to uh basically the death penalty. I feel like is like the overarching theme for like the controversial topic at hand, really under the layers, you know, is like it's about the death penalty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really.
And how it's kind of fucking wrong a little bit. It's kind of wrong.
There's always some kind of political agenda behind everything.
Everything's politics.
Yeah, I mean, we had some politics in our music. We have a song called Amazon Prime.
Which you can subscribe to my channel with for free.
The lyrics
Oh
are
fuck.
Amazon is
Just
bad.
fucking
Cancel
kill
your
me.
Prime.
Man, I have like such mixed feelings about having to exist on a platform that is ran by the devil kind of. Just like a little bit. It is what it is. I didn't have anywhere else to do this, so thanks Amazon.
Yeah, I'll say that you're fine. You know, I was saying before
Okay.
I'm pretty judgmental, but I don't think I don't have any criticism on that really. I
Well,
know
thank
there's a
you.
lot of criticism on it. I know there's a lot of criticism, but like I've ordered some things through Amazon, so it is what
It
it
is what
is.
it is. It is what it is.
I've also supported like independent businesses, so it's I'm basically, as the human experience is kind of like you should it's nice to it's okay to be open to what the human experience has to offer. You have to
Mhm.
be discerning, it's good to know about where the meat comes from, what are the ingredients, all that stuff, how much shipping, how much gas was used in the shipping. You can't keep track of everything, but the more conscious you are of those things, then the smarter you can be about where you put your money. But
Good.
have a little fun. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just overthink everything all the time to the point where you can't enjoy anything, especially in
Yeah,
regard to like trade and physical goods and food and things like the way that America operates and the way that everything's been put together up to this point, in the degree with which it's been put together. Fucking, it's almost completely unavoidable to like survive and buy things without at some point in the chain there being somebody being taken advantage of or fucked over or like hurt in some way or like from the manufacturing to the shipping to the design to like the companies that okayed all of that. There's like
yeah,
all these different places that like these companies exist and they operate that are corrupt that like you might not even be aware. You would never be aware because they have fucking like three different shell companies that own the other company and they're not attached to the company that you don't like specifically, so you'll still buy their product. And it's like, fuck. Once you get into the
yeah.
nitty gritty, that's why you don't look at it too closely because it gets weird.
No, you're absolutely right, and I love the whole argument of you know Pepsi versus Coke or Instagram versus Facebook. It's it's really
The
just
same
about
company.
aesthetics now, and variety is the spice, right? The fact that there are two makes makes it so enticing,
Hmm.
even if they're the same fucking thing.
Like the
Um,
dichotomy of an evil twin.
there you go. But yeah, I mean, did you ever get into practicing witchcraft, or did you get into ceremonial magic?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I did. Just fucking around, like just checking it out, seeing, studying different things. Like somewhere along the way, like I feel that I've practiced and at least been involved with a little bit to some degree every religion that I've studied and gotten into, because like I feel like if you're really taking in and absorbing information, reading material, it's kind of hard for it to not have an effect on you in some way. And like specifically with magic and stuff, because of the way that it's put together and the concepts involved, once you get to a certain point, there's like the realization that like there is no necessary physical barrier with which you necessarily have to operate, and a lot of the things that are involved with it are more so as like physical metaphors that are meant to like have a physical attachment to a mental difference or change that's occurring, you know what I mean? So like once you reach that point, like it's almost like you come to the realization you don't need anything physical to do the magic that you're
That you're
trying to
so
perpetuate.
that you're looking for? Yeah,
Huh?
I was trying to finish your thought.
Oh, I just didn't
Um,
hear you.
um, you're it's they end up discovering maybe that the answers were within the whole time.
Yep. Yep. The more you think about it, the less is known. This is like not thinking
Yeah,
about it. You become one with the moment, and fucking the more you think about it, the more the thinking about it separates you from the moment, kind of deal.
yeah,
And like it takes a lot of practice and understanding and intellectual backing to get to that point. But once you get to that point, it's it's like the stuff that you hear in fucking cheesy shit, like fucking like not promote, what are they, like self-help fucking talks, like you can manifest things, like it's really goofy as fuck when a lot of people phrase it like that, but it is on a base level very similar, and like it's
That's
silly,
kind
but
of
I also like I'm
the
part
side
of
of
it, so huh.
there's a dark side of it for sure.
Oh
The
yeah,
the dangers of practicing magic.
you got to
Um,
protect yourself. You have to, like, if you're going to do that kind of thing, you have to have yourself completely protected. The first step in any like good magician's arsenal is protecting oneself, so that like the things that you're doing in that regard, like summoning or manifesting or whatever the fuck, don't have control over you and are controlled by you in some regard, or like don't have the ability to necessarily affect you because you have the wards against them. And like if you
that's
know
yeah.
like the information about the things that you're talking about, like demons and stuff like that, there's like
Mm,
it's super fucking like almost like comical how like cartoonish some of the stuff is. It's like reading an RPG manifest a little bit. Some of like the old school definitions for like different demons and their weaknesses and the things they like. It's like playing fucking uh an
or something.
RPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're reading like a fucking manual for an RPG, and it's like this guy is weak to ice and fucking use ice. They don't like salt, or if you want them to be cool about it, you gotta fucking like burn a cigarette and offer things to the thing. Like that's like a huge theme in like voodoo and shit like that, is like creating altars and paying homage to like your past spirits and like your family lineage, and how it connects to you by like becoming more at one with your past lineage spiritually, because like a huge thing is like your whole family exists in you. Every fucking person in your bloodline allegedly or essentially can just like fucking talk to you through you or whatever the fuck, and are with you in a sense. So it's, you know, heady stuff but really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. And it's funny too because it's all supposed.
Yeah, yeah,
Everything's like happening inside your mind.
yeah. Exactly. You get what I'm saying. So like if
Right.
that's the case, then the if reality is perceived in the mind, and reality is almost as effective as what is perceived in the mind, because your mind can't tell the difference between dreams necessarily and reality when you're in the perceptive experience of it. So like if you can tap into that sense of being able to experience a thing via like dream, so to speak, or just being having a really good imagination, it's on par with actually experiencing that thing in your
Definitely.
mind, because your mind
I
can't
mean,
tell the difference.
customized. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I
And
think that's why,
that's basically magic.
yeah, atheism reigns supreme with
Hmm.
that concept. But I love to play devil's advocate,
Hmm.
and I think that you're right. If it's real to you, it's then it may as well be real.
Hmm.
And I did have an experience where we were summoning the archangel Ariel of death, and
Brutal.
I wasn't having an internal experience. I was having an exterior experience. I was seeing lights flicker, CD player was skipping, um, objects were moving around, and it was scary.
That's always fucking scary, dude.
It was weird, yeah, because I had that mindset that it's all in your mind. So it was a bit shattering for me to have that experience, and also like 10 minutes later you're like, did you see? Were you here? Like the CD just maybe skips sometimes. You start to
Hmm.
like logic your way out of everything. It's like it was
Exactly. Trying to rationalize the irrational or the
yeah.
irrational.
So there have been a few experiences, and like the higher you get meditatively, like some people will have an experience that's undeniable. Like if you can if you can get high enough to move an object on the table and show it to your friends and post a YouTube video, and people are going to be like, oh, it's photoshopped or whatever. But I think that's maybe a good start. to
Hmm.
to to do for some psychonauts that are out there, because I know maybe some of them are listening. Um, the deeper you go, then then how I believe there is something there that we haven't touched. I
Hmm.
think I think they made it hard for us for a reason. I think they that you can get so high on DMT and then you come back and you specifically remembered why you can't talk about what you saw, why you're
Yep.
not allowed to remember what you saw. And
Why the memories were taken from you and shit, like the Anunnaki gods and shit. Fucking the obelisk face. Yeah, I've had some experiences
why
myself, dude.
experience and why if you smoke DMT and all the walls come down and you see the people behind the scenes and you see the people are currently operating right now to keep everyone else sober in a world of sobriety. So you're looking at it and you're like, no one's ever going to understand this experience because they're in on the magic. They're in on the joke.
Man, your
So
background is so trippy. It almost seems like you're superimposed in front of a green screen. I'm not even gonna lie.
this has all been pre-recorded.
Awesome. This is a really good pre-recording, man.
It's just good timing. Like I try to edit the words I say exactly like to sound like a conversation. I do have a
Damn.
green, but that would have been too easy.
Hmm. But yeah,
Um,
man, you're fucking on. You're on some shit about that. Like, I agree. I agree. Like, I've definitely hit that plateau a couple of times. Like, and it's like no matter how many times you get to that place and or how you get there through different routes for one. So it's like the journey with which you travel to that place can be different, and it can have a different effect that route traveled depending on which route you take. And that that like travel that distance traveled can often lead you to different spaces that exist in this place. You know what I'm saying? So like for me, I've
yeah.
had it like happen through L and fucking DMT and like other hallucinogens, mushrooms, because I like each one of those. It was like a groundbreak. Like the mushrooms thing, I fucking ate too many. Like I ate like 3 handfuls that somebody had just dried off of a sheet after partying all night, and I was just like,
You know what
all
the
right,
dosage?
no, not at all. Like somebody offered it was like in my early days when I just like who gives a fuck? Caution to the wind. Like there's free mushrooms on the table, so I'm gonna eat all of those fucking mushrooms because
Wow.
just because he said they're free. So like I'm like, all right, I'll eat
Have
those
you
mushrooms, huh?
a trip report? Have you done one of those?
No, I'm not sure what you mean.
Just you can
Like
make
write
a
about it?
story video, yeah, or just talk about the experience from start to finish.
Yeah, no,
People,
I don't. I have never done that really. This is kind of like the first time I've talked about it publicly.
that's what
But
I watch. Like
yeah.
what I watch on YouTube. I'm watching people's salvia and DMT reports because
Okay.
they're all
Shit.
very different and they have different things going on. And like I said, some people now are reporting paranormal stuff, and
Hmm.
uh, these videos are not very popular too. They're like
Hmm.
only a few hundred views, so it's like it's a very much an underground thing. And I know that people are hitting places I think haven't been touched. Like Terrence McKenna hasn't been to these places, you know.
Well, that's because drugs, man, they've evolved. I feel like where the bar was in some regards in terms of certain drugs has flipped from back then it was stronger to now it's being weaker, and in other regards to other drugs, it's stronger now than it was back then. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like for instance, like LSD for sure. Like I feel like the chemical process with which that is created and synthesized has been so refined that it is just a whole different beast than what used to be.
Hmm. I just
Yeah.
think you have people who are a lot more fearless too.
Mm-hmm.
They have less to lose, and they're not afraid to go there. So it's like there are definitely some places I would never do. The whole ayahuasca experience doesn't sound very appealing, but that whole challenge is really enticing to a lot of people. It's a very popular experience, you know. So, and it
Yeah.
sounds like a beautiful experience.
To me, things like that are a lot akin to willingly, knowingly putting yourself in a place where you'll die. In a sense.
You have
Like
to kind of be
fucking
prepared. Yeah,
yeah, you have to like in order to fucking be like open to taking that, I feel like it's prevalent upon you to be fully like at peace with the fact that you're going to die. Because
yeah,
like
that's some good advice.
yeah, because it can fucking like really rock your shit. It can really
Yeah.
rock your shit if you're not. And like if you're not ready for the possibility, the likelihood for that possibility to actually happen seems like it's more, because like, especially with like hallucinogens and things like that, seems like whatever you're trying not to think about is what'll sneak up and make you think about.
That's kind of how it works. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
haven't worked through it all the way, it'll come and get you for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, I mean, yeah, yeah, they're really great, aren't they? Like they're scary and mysterious, and I it's the one I guess like proof, or if you're looking for some sort of proof of a soul, or like just how powerful your imagination can really get, right? Because we are
Mm-hmm.
so limited during sobriety, but when
Mm-hmm.
you're on hallucinogenic drugs, it's like your perceptions are totally more bigger. And you can like step into your imagination, it feels like, you know, like you have a sixth sense or something. So it's like you're in a state that you're not used to. So the people who are doing it regularly, they're the ones I want to keep track of because they have grown accustomed to it and it's like a second sense for them. I feel like I feel like alchemy and magic and cryptocurrencies and all those things are all interconnected to music and art, and for the artist experience to have to go through certain alchemical processes to rise and go to the moon. Like you,
Mm-hmm.
and once you're at the top, you're just gonna fall. You got to go down. You have to like look at the words you're using. You know, like
Just like the
everyone
guy
is.
who invented the rocket that took us to the moon.
Scary.
Literally that guy. He did that. He was doing the same thing
So
with Aleister Crowley. That shit was wild.
yeah, and he has an interesting story too.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why it's so important to not break the circle of salt.
Yep.
Your whole life will be ruined. I mean, that's real.
Real shit.
Protect yourself.
Yeah, all my shit's salted, dude. I do like this protection ward thing where you like collect sea salt from the sea salt, or you collect sea salt from the salt water that you collect during the fucking full crest of a full moon
Oh,
in the
cool.
illumination of the moonlight while doing the fucking business. And yeah, you use that and you like plant it outside your doorways for like the month until the next moon, and then you like do the whole baptism thing with the salt water on the next new moon, and it's like one of the most powerful protections I feel like I've found.
Yeah, works
Yeah,
works for you. Yeah.
yeah.
I find that consecrating and purifying works with
Mm-hmm.
with fire and incense and water, like you said. Also,
Sage.
the LBRP, the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram,
Mm-hmm.
is a very simple ritual. It's like it's kind of the foundation for like every prayer and religion, but it's really popular now on TikTok. It's so funny
Yeah.
that
What?
and YouTubers, influencers are getting into occult mysticism. So it's like when I was getting into it at a young age, it was still underground. You had to go to the occult section of the bookstore, and not a lot of people were practicing magic. And I learned the banishing ritual, and I was supposed to keep it secret. Now everyone's doing it. It seems like on not everyone, but like a substantial thousand.
Yeah, the secret's out in a little bit more of a regard than it was before.
Hmm.
because of the internet, partly, I feel like.
No, yeah, but like that's what I've been doing for protection. I usually do the
Nice.
LBRT. It seems to work just fine.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm feeling attacked or like overwhelmed, or people can use it as a recharge. Like if you're learning bass lines or working on a song and you're feeling like drained, then you do an LBRP and then you get to keep going. I'm basically teaching you all life hacks. Like,
Yep.
this is how magicians get ahead. They do the rituals and it allows them to like go the extra mile.
Yep. Or find the hidden piece. Find the hidden
Uh-huh.
piece that you wouldn't have found otherwise, It gives you that much of a luck boost.
Right. And that's like I do a lot.
Oh, fuck
And
yeah,
I'll
this is
tell
the
everyone
shit!
that's the one I
Kill me
do
now!
regularly because you have to practice it and you have to go through the grades, and then once you get to a certain point you can do it inside your head, and it
Hmm.
becomes like what's like normally a 3-minute ceremony can be reduced to just 5 or 10 seconds, and you can
Hmm.
do it on the astral plane in your head. And it's if you're doing it every hour, you're
You're
kind of
talking about
like
exactly what I was saying, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you
yeah.
like invent your own astral altar and all that shit, and it exists outside of time because like time is perceptive or time is conceptual or whatever. So like your concept and experience of time can and does change depending on your mental state and like your feelings and things like that. And it's like an anomaly that occurs called like time dilation that is a part of the experience for some people, so like a minute can fucking pass in fucking 2 seconds in that place, you
Right.
know or like a minute can last for a year in that place.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's how scary salvia is, to feel
Yep.
what forever is like,
Oh
right?
my
Like
god, dude, I died on salvia.
yeah, I mean
Like
that's what I
straight up
remember.
ego death.
Uh-huh. I forget trips, but I remember that one. Um
Everybody remembers that one. Ugh, rough.
really cool.
What
Just
happened
like
with yours?
I did it a few times and I only had good experiences except for one that I can recall where I was trying to take a little amount to maybe study it a little better,
Mm-hmm.
and it was kind of battling with me. It was like, I'm not gonna let you study me. You you have to take what I give you. And it simply just showed me what forever felt like. Like it
Because you
just
asked too many questions.
yeah, it like put me in a state of like see, you could be here and you could be stay stuck here forever. Because it felt like I wasn't in my body. Felt like I was looking at my body. Felt like I was floating around the room.
Yep.
And I was trapped outside of my body. So I wasn't feeling like, skin and emotions and words. I was like let loose. And I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know how to swim and I didn't know how to get back in my body. So the trip was just remembering how thankful you are that you have a body, why you're here, why you've been assigned to this body. Like it all just as you're finished floating around the room, it'll eventually just like go down a toilet hole and you'll fit right back in your body. It's like a
Yeah, you like
painful
slip right
experience.
back into, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like did that fucking astral. It's like the visual gag for astral travel, astral projection
Mhm.
and shit. Where like in Ace Ventura, he like flips back and like flies into his body, and it launches his body back. Like
Yeah.
I had a
That's pretty
similar experience with that with my DMT trip, and I ended up
cool.
fucking head first into a fucking like can full of cigarette butts because I fucking fell
Oh, God.
forward. Dude. It was wild, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
pretty cool. Cool that these things exist. I'm glad we're here for that, and like we refined some of this stuff to the degree where we could just easily do that. It was
Yeah, it's really
like
crazy.
people were selling that at fucking smoke stores for a long time.
Yeah, and the DMT vape pens now is really awesome. Like that's
That was the coolest advent of drug technology I've seen in the last like 10 years.
yeah, and I think so. The next one's going to be the Toad stuff because apparently that stuff is more powerful than DMT. So,
What
but
the
it is
fuck?
a synthetic version of DMT, I think.
That's crazy. More powerful than DMT? Fuck. I don't even know if I want to do that. But I'll try it. I'll try anything once.
Okay, we should stop, right? Let's
Yeah, it's
stop.
been a while, man. But fucking thank you so much for kicking it and talking with me about everything, basically. And just being cool and fucking sharing your art and your music with me and everybody who's been watching. Cause like it's important. It's important to share your art and your medium and everything that you do. Because it's good. I think your music
Thanks.
is really good. I think that your band with your brother is good. I think your brother's great as well. I think honestly, like you deserve more credit, and I'm just doing my part to give you more.
Well, it was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I really do appreciate that someone like likes the music, and I'm glad I got to play the songs, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. And I'd love to be on the show again. I'll definitely check out your future episodes.
Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate you. You have a beautiful night, man. Hit me up whenever you feel like. Thanks for coming out. Bye.
hell yeah. See you later.
Cool. All right. Good shit. Thanks everybody for coming out and checking out the stream and checking out the interview. Everybody who watched and stayed. Appreciate you. You can sub if you have Prime for free. Stick tuned. We're going to be doing some more artists in the future every Saturday at 6. You can follow all my social media through the fucking links in the chat bio. And if there's anything I left out, feel free to fucking spam it in the chat. Hit me up next time. Stay tuned. Appreciate y'all. Thanks.